What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Truth and Transparency, Idaho4 coverage here, all new documents. Happy New Year. I just feel like we were just doing this yesterday. I think it's because we were. What is up? What is good? Do you guys feel like it's New Year? 2026? What are some of our New Year's resolutions? We're just going to keep on doing the damn thing over here, right? New day, same us. Well, hopefully everybody here's to, health and happiness. Well, I am not going to waste any of your time. We have Bombshell. The name of this live is the 68 juror questionnaire, 68 questions. We're going to be going over that. But, woohoo! Fox News, they went out and got themselves a FOIA. Hey! First people I see mainstream media going out and getting a FOIA. And they wanted the Walmart video. All the times Bryan Kohberger went to Walmart. Okay? So Fox yesterday surprises us, and they dropped this 4-minute and 35-second video where it compiled all of these times that Bryan Kohberger went to Walmart. And if you guys haven't seen the video, maybe we can show it, whatever, we will. It was amazing to read in the write-up when it says that he went, you guys, for the first time ever, we find out Bryan Kohberger was at Walmart at 10:24 p.m. on November 12th. I've been asking since the beginning of this case, I want to know Bryan Kohberger's 24 hours up and until the homicides, like where they have him. Well, at 10:24 p.m., Bryan Kohberger is checking out of Walmart. In Pullman. Fox then continues to tell us that after that trip to Walmart, every time he is then seen, which, I mean, damn, Bryan Kohberger went to Walmart, like, I swear, every day. He, like, literally went every other day. I can play this video. But literally what Fox tries to tell us, it's like, hey, don't worry about watching the video. Because none of us are going to watch it. Even though they posted it, but we're not going to watch it. Fox literally writes up and says that Bryan Kohberger does not have his hands available and being seen because all he had was his gloves on from the time after the crime. Every time he's in Walmart, he never exposes his hands except to expose one thumb. I watched the 4 minutes and 35 seconds. I'm like, I cannot believe that they put that in writing. Because it's not true. It's just like, do they think the people that are watching and reading this stuff are deaf, dumb, and blind? Have you guys seen this video? Anyways, I've been in Moscow. Okay, it is freezing there. I literally froze my ass off when I was there in January. They literally show a video. He takes his entire gloves off. He's actually looking in his wallet. He's looking on his person for something. He thinks he found something or he lost something. And I'm over here like, I cannot believe that Fox really thinks that, oh, I'm just going to watch this video. I see what it says, or I see what it's showing me. But then when I read what you guys are writing, I'm just going to say, oh, yeah, he just didn't have he totally had his gloves on the whole entire time. Basically what they're trying to say is he was trying to cover up his prints. He's trying to not expose his fingerprints, to touch anything for DNA, that type of thing. Well, it's all crazy because he completely exposes the shit out of his hands, not just a thumb on one occasion. Okay. He takes off his gloves completely, puts them on the register, like where you're checking out to like bag your shit, and is literally looking for something that he can't find. And so I posted that last night because I was just I was enraged. I was like, you know what? I clipped it and I posted in my post section of my channel. Go check it out, because I was like, they're probably going to try to retract this, and I want to make sure I have this so I can prove. If anybody was to ever want to debate me on it, I was like, here's what y'all posted. Okay, here, this is all I have to say. Okay, so we got that. I found it, clipped it. Awesome. Then, you guys, how awesome was yesterday? Don't lie. It was awesome. So, Pavarotti was able to get, and some of people that are mods here, they were able to get, I was actually out to dinner, and I was unable to download when they first came out with the dump of all the new docs. I'm at dinner, and because normally I not only download them, but I just start printing. And the reason I do that is because if they ever want to change something, I have it. And then if you try to change it, I'm like, hey, here. No, that's not what it said. That's not, And I started doing this practice from the beginning of this case, because it's a practice of mine with all of the cases I do. And so they put, and they rightfully should have taken off the documents that they did put out. People's certain stuff does not, we don't get people's social security numbers. Okay. That's ridiculous. So they came off the internet. They have not been redacted to the point of where they're supposed to be for us to see. They have not been reposted, but people got them. And Pavarotti was like, hey, because when he made the one video, was like, I need this bad boy right here. And this bad boy is this is the nuts. I told Mark B, I said, listen, somebody's going to make a mistake. I'm telling you, somebody's going to make a mistake. I'm going to find it, because it has to do with, we were going through Hilly's 52-page report of tracking down the car. I was like, there's a mistake here, and it has everything to do with the 1311 South Main Street video from the Sunset Mart. Okay, I found it. Let's dance. I'm going to show you guys. So, first thing that I found, this says, this is the day that it was written, February 2nd, 2023. We know that Special Agent Hill was the one that wrote up the report of tracking the path of travel. And we know that Special Agent Immel, he was the one that was the identification of the car. Okay, ready? On December 24th, I said, wait, the 24th. I said, interesting. Remember, December 23rd, Nick Balance and Payne go and get that search warrant for Bryan Kohberger for his phone, for the 24-hour one, and then the 48-hour one, and then, his historical, and then they did the pen, trap, and trace. Well, guess what we end up finding out during the whole pre-trial crap? We find out that Payne made it seem like everything was put in on the 23rd to get these warrants. Okay. And also the timing of things showed that you didn't even look at the first warrant before you went and got the second warrant. But then what also we found out was that nothing was turned over until the 24th. Okay. When people in Salt Lake got it. Now this matters because of this puppy. So for the first time ever, we get our hands on this. First time I've ever seen this report. And so Special Agent Hill is in town, and he claims in this report that he drove himself to the Albertsons located at the 400 Bridge Street, Clarkston, Washington, and he goes there on the 24th. And I said, what? How would you know to go to the Albertsons to literally ask them if you can get the surveillance? How would you know to go do that yet? If somebody hasn't gone through Bryan Kohberger's phone, like to pinpoint all the locations. December 23rd, warrants 24th Hill, 25th camera placed on Kohberger property. But not really like that. So if they're sending, so you need, see how he just wrote on December 24th? What time did you go? Dude, nobody has gone through Bryan Kohberger stuff, or had they? And how would you have? If you know, like, so he would get blown up on voir dire about this. Now, so think about this. Ready? He just goes there and he says that upon arrival, Special Agent Hill was given access to the video surveillance system and collected footage from all exterior cameras. And he was only concerned with, as you can see right here, from 12 to 2. How would that have anything and any bearing on a murder? On a murder that happened on the 13th between 4 and 4:30. Okay. Now, this is how I have to do it. Special Agent Hill. This is a report that we've already seen. Special Agent Hill in May, right before the grand jury, he fills out his report, okay, that has to do with everything to do with the path of travel. And so this is what was used at the grand jury, not by him. Somebody else used this material, but then they also use it for the PCA. I want to show you. Okay. So he writes, throughout the course of this investigation, investigators performed an extensive canvass of Moscow, Idaho. Special Agent Hill, were you involved in the extensive canvass and going and getting the cameras? Yes or no? Okay. Because he's an expert, so you're allowed to do a voir dire of him because you need to qualify these statements. I would be objecting to anything that, and I'll show you exactly how I want to show this. Hold on, let me grab my piece of paper. Okay. So I want to qualify all of this. We've already seen all of this. So for Hill, it would be outside the presence of the jury. Okay. So if I was Ann Taylor, I would say these are my two objections. Okay. And my first objection is I object to the timestamps purported in Agent Hill's report. Facts not in evidence, depending on the order that they're about to testify in. The reason that I'm stating this is because we need to find out how he determined that the timestamps on the surveillance cameras that they looked at, when they go ahead and say things like, this is off, this is on, this is off 5 seconds. How are you determining that? I have yet to see a report that you're telling me your methodology on how you determined that this is accurate to what it's showing on the surveillance camera, or we have to move this, 5 seconds. Where is that? Okay. It's nowhere to be found. Who did that? Did Agent Hill go to South Main Street at 1311, like where the Sunset Mart is? Did you physically go in there? Because you would need you would need the hard drive. You'd want to check it, see what it's timestamped at, see if it's set. All of these things you'd be jotting down and how you're determining this. So an objection 2 is I object to Special Agent Hill mentioning the absence of a front license plate. Hill's expert report lacks any acceptable methodology because it has no methodology. There's nothing listed within his report on how he determined that the 1311 South Main Street camera showed vehicle 1 without a front license plate. Mind you, this is the same camera that Hill states is off 1 minute and 43 seconds to the time that's on the surveillance camera. This is also, now we finally got all these cameras. Do you know that the South Main Street Sunset Mart camera that's been presented to us, it has no timestamp on it. That's the one camera that has no fucking timestamp on it. So this all matters. Now, when he writes up this report, he goes through all the cameras that he uses, and he's saying that the 1112, it's accurate to local time. Right here, 1311 South Main Street. He says it is 1 minute and 43 seconds behind local time. Okay? So, you guys are about to drop a chin. Here you go. He wrote this up. This is the one we've already seen. This is the 15-pager. And I would ask Special Agent Hill to qualify this. Special Agent Hill, before we get started here, in your report that you wrote up in May 1st, 2023, the timestamp that comes right after 3, so I'm going to zoom in here. It's just really, it's not, okay. You have the 3 timestamps of the Indian Hills Drive, 3:26 and 10 seconds, 3:26 and 35 seconds, and 3:26 and 43 seconds. Okay, followed by the next timestamp is, those are all 3 different cameras from 3 different residents. And then you have a 4th camera here, which is 1311 South Main Street, right? Moscow, Idaho, channel 7. And you have here 3:28 and 56 seconds. Now, Special Agent Hill, is that the timestamp of what's on the surveillance camera? Or is that the timestamp of it calculating the 1 minute and 43 seconds? Okay. Let him answer whatever the fuck he wants. I have a tic-tac-toe here. It doesn't matter what he says. I'm setting him up. He could say, sure, Lana, or nope, it's actually, that's the timestamp of what I'm looking at in the footage. That's what's coming across the screen. Okay. Perfect. Now, you wrote another report, Hill, right? In February of 2025, right? Sure did. Perfect. Here it is, February 12th, 2025. And the purpose of this report, you said, was to, you wanted to review the surveillance footage previously identified in order to determine which, if any, video clips showed whether the suspect vehicle identified as a 2011-2016 white Honda Elantra, referred to as vehicle number 1, displayed a front license plate, right? So let me get this straight. At no point up until 2025 did anybody, including Special Agent Immel, because you guys were part of identifying the vehicles that you saw in the area of 1112 Cam, right? Mm-hmm. So between 2022, November, December, even past it in 2023, if you're trying to identify a vehicle, that means you're trying to look at different things within the vehicle, like over and over and over, putting it through software. Can you please explain that methodology? What software did you use? How did you do this? Were you part of that? Because there was never a mention by anybody to say, hey, I have another way that we can identify this vehicle. This vehicle does not have a front license plate. Nobody ever said that, right? There is no report that mentions, hey, one of the vehicles that you gave me doesn't have a front plate, right? That's nowhere to be found. Correct? That's correct. Okay, so it wasn't until 2025 that you said, hey, let's do this, right? Perfect. So let's fuck. Here we go. So what we're going to do here is now, in reviewing the surveillance footage, Special Agent Hill located the following video clips which showed a clear view of the front bumper of vehicle 1. And in doing so, showed that there did not appear to be a front license plate attached to the vehicle. Okay. The below noted camera locations were checked for their timestamp accuracy as compared to the actual current time. The following time accuracy was found for each location. Now, out of the ones that you're using here, all of them are WSU area cameras except for 1311 South Main Street, correct? Yep. And all of these cameras that are in the WSU area, they are after 5:25 a.m., correct? So Bryan driving around and that actually being his vehicle coming from any one of these cameras at 5:25, like basically throw that out the window. So the most important camera here is 1311 South Main Street. And you noted that the camera time approximately is 1 minute and 43 seconds behind local time. Again, how did you determine that? Is this from your work that you did in 2022 to 2023? Again, is it your work? You determined that. How? Was there a search warrant involved? What is your understanding of how the footage was obtained in this case? Just focusing with the footage from 1311. Was there a search warrant involved with that? What's the chain of custody on this? When did it get in your hands? When did you first ever examine 131? Were you the one that was actually at the gas station? Basically, this is what you would do in voir dire, is you would qualify his statements to see if he can even be testifying to any of this, because how did this happen? Because I have no report that shows me how you did it. That's why right here I said, how, when, where, what the fuck are you talking about? How were these checked? That should be written in your report. It's not. Okay. Well, so let's fuck them up, right? So you said the following is intended to be a summary, right? All right. Now, back in 2023, when you wrote your report, you started with 3 Indian Hills timestamps from 3 different addresses, and then the 4th one was the 1311 Main Street, right? So, for example, I'll just go back to that report just so you can understand what I'm asking. Right here. Let's read that. A vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 is seen traveling westbound on Steiner Avenue, crossing Main Street, right? And continuing westbound onto Lauder Avenue. Then at 3:29 and 2 seconds, here's your Ridge Road 1125 Ridge Road. So that should be the next one, right? Okay. So then in 2025, well, let's do good math here. What timestamp did you say that was at? 3:28 and 56 seconds. Okay. You wrote your report. That's when you did the work. But you wrote your report in May of 2023. But it was from your work that you did in November and December, because that went into the probable cause, right? You were already on it. Perfect. Now, in 2025, you reviewed the surveillance, right? Okay. The same sentence here. Well, let's break it down. You write 3:27 and 46 seconds. Wait, what? So here you're writing 3:27 in 46 seconds. Would you agree that 3:28 and 56 seconds is not the same as 3:27 a.m. and 46 seconds? We can agree on that, right? Yep, we can agree on that. Okay, perfect. So next thing we can agree on is that it's the same camera, right? 1311, perfect. And then here, you make sure to note here, this is camera timestamp, channel 7. All of that is the same. except in parentheses here, you put camera timestamp, right? It's channel 7. It's from the same channel. Everything's the same, except you wanted to add that it's the camera timestamp, right? And this is completely a different number, right? So you write the same thing here. You have a vehicle traveling, and what do? You add this part. The vehicle, you write, let me zoom in. God, this is such crappiness. The vehicle does not appear to have a front license plate attached. Okay? That was what was new, right? So for just to qualify you here, here we go. "1311 South Main Street video surveillance footage is the same as 1311 South Main Street video surveillance that you reviewed in 2025, right? It's the same thing. Okay, perfect. Now, how is it that the timestamp that you wrote down for your, November 22, December 2022, but that it got written in a report in May of 2023 for the purposes of a grand jury, how come you have 3:28 and 56 seconds? Is it because you actually didn't do the work before? Is it because there's actually two vehicles? Because we're going to get to this. So then when you write the report in February, you're watching the surveillance camera and you're telling us this is what it says on it, right? Camera timestamp 3:27:46, right? And now, and then the next thing that we have here, right, is that should come after this is the 3:29:02, right? Okay. Would you agree that you have to still add 1 minute and 43 seconds? Because according to you guys, the mainstream or the main South Street camera is behind 1 minute and 43 seconds, right? So if you were to take 3:27 and 46 seconds, and you had to add 1 minute and 43 seconds, what would you get? Want me to help you out? You'd get 3:29 and 29 seconds. Right? If it's 3:27 a.m. and 46 seconds and you have to add 1 minute and 43 seconds, what would you get? Can we agree that our math is telling us that it'd be 3:29:29? Okay. So here we go. Ready? Ready for me to just blow this out of the water? Okay, perfect. So we didn't know back when you originally wrote this up because you didn't qualify and clarify with your first report. So let's go back to that original one. When you wrote that it was 3:28 and 56 seconds. Okay. That says 3:28 and 56 seconds. You guys trust me. The thing that's missing here is that we never knew if you did. Is this the timestamp indicative of you adding the 1 minute and 43 seconds? Okay. And so what's interesting is that were you trying to confuse the jury if this was to ever get in and someone like myself wasn't doing this? Because what it looks like to somebody just scanning it would be like, I just Because if you were to subtract, let's say, 1 minute and 43 seconds from this 3:28:56, by logic, you would expect to see this number, 3:27:46, right? And that's when I realized that's not what that is. Okay. So the number one thing I'm calling you out on is the fact that I think that you were going to try to attempt to confuse the jury and make it seem like, yeah, in the one report, that report is I already had done it. And then here in this report, I just hadn't done it yet. But really, none of that really happened. What really truly happened is that there's two vehicles, isn't there? And I'm going to show you that there's two vehicles. Because if you truly did subtract the 1 minute and 43 seconds already, then your math is completely off. Because it would never be 3:28:56, because that's not 1 minute and 43 seconds difference that would get you to the 3:27:46. So it's only a minute and 10 seconds. Okay? Ready? This is what y'all motherfucking did. And what you did was this. Is Agent Hill, you did not do the work the first time, did you? This is like a Van Leuven moment. In fact, when you actually were handed, here's the footage, go through it to do this second report, you actually went through it, didn't you? And when you went through it, you saw, were there two vehicles that went through in a really close proximity? Because you really truly saw this timestamp, 3:27:46. And then you note here that, hey, this is the time on the camera. Okay, and then I'm going to have to add that 1 minute and 43 seconds, right? And what I'm trying to sit here and say is, let's go ahead and add that 1 minute and 43 seconds. That puts this vehicle at 3:29:29. Do you know what time you have the car going through, which is after the Ridge Road intersection at 1125? You have that happening at 3:29:02. 27 seconds before the car ever even goes through the intersection of the one that has to happen first. So I would like you to, you're not going to explain that ever to a jury. You're going to explain that to all of us right here and right now as to why we shouldn't royally throw your ass in prison. Again, break it down for the cheap seats. You claimed that the Ridge Road camera, it is on the money. You said, Ridge Road camera, right here. I went through them all. Ridge Road camera, time is accurate to the local time, so you don't have to do anything with it. And when you saw the vehicle coming through, it came through at 3:29:02. Okay? So I'm going to show you what this means. Here's 95. When you're coming through the intersection, here's where that gas station is. Okay. And so it's got its camera and it's looking at you like that. The gas station's here. And so it's catching the vehicles that would come through that intersection of 95. This is Main Street, is also another word for 95, Main Street. And if you're coming through here, then where Ridge Road is right here. Okay. And so if this car is coming through at 3:29:29, okay, the car that you have going through at 3:29:02, this car right here cannot be this car. And right here, there's an apartment complex, isn't there? just like there's one that's right here. And then right here is because that's where the 1125 camera is actually sitting to catch this shit. Okay. So isn't it true, Special Agent Hill, that here's your camera that you're using at 1311. Okay. And the Indian Hills road comes down, wraps around, comes down, and then it's like to come through, which is like Steiner. This is where it's Steiner on this side of the road. And then when it crosses over, it becomes Lauder. Okay. Now, I noticed how you like to do things. You like to use Google Maps to determine how long it would take you to get from point A to point B. You go and type up the address and it says, hey, that's 2.1 miles away and it's a 2-minute drive, right? Okay. So over here, when you were putting down your Indian Hills bullshit, did you realize that literally a house that's right next to another house, the car that you have is traveling from like literally one address to the next address that's like right next to each other. 25 seconds it's taking a car to get from and travel, just probably like maybe half the length of a football field. I'll even give you, let's even say that it was 2 lengths of a football field, 200 yards. How long do you think it takes if you're driving 30 miles an hour to travel 200 yards? Do you think it takes you 25 seconds? No. Okay, let's say, what if you drive 500 yards? Do you think it would take you 25 seconds? No. It would take you what? A couple? Going 30 miles an hour? Yeah. You didn't think that it was strange that this car that you want to have from Indian Hills be this car that's going to then travel through this intersection, be then this car here, right? Well, how about this? Let me just ask you this. Why would it matter? Why didn't you just, when you found this car here at 3:29 in 2 seconds, why aren't you just starting with where this car is? Isn't it true that it's because this car, when you're seeing it at 3:29 in 2 seconds, it's coming from this apartment complex right here? Damn, Lana. Because we know, goddamn, it ain't this car. Because there is no car. There is no car coming through this intersection. It would have to be coming through, in order for this car to be a car that came through this intersection, you'd have to come through this intersection at least 3:28 and 30 seconds, right? Because it's going to take you 30 seconds to get from where we're talking about here to get over here. There's no way that you can go through an intersection at 3:29 and 29 seconds here, okay? And then when you get to this intersection, that time then began to subtract. You know that, right, Special Agent Hill? Come on, suck these titties, Special Agent Hill. I'm just getting warmed up. So, let me get this straight. When y'all were doing this, well, let me just clarify something here. Isn't it true that what you want to tell the jury is that the 420 car speeding away, right, in 47 seconds, you're telling the jury that that's the 407 car, that's the 404 car, right? How are you telling the jury that? Off of what scientific methodology have you determined that the 407, 404 car that comes in, goes around, loops around, then goes back, is trying to park, and then parks? How in the fuck do you expect me to not object and say, excuse me, there's been you've never were able to use the 1112 cam for ever an identification? And so when you're saying that the car that's speeding away at 420 and 42 seconds, you're over here saying you believe that that's the person who's ever in that car is responsible for killing the kids inside the house. Okay. Well, how are you determining what vehicle that is that sped away at 420 and 42 seconds? And your answer to that came in your report basically when you said that here it is, 420 and 47 seconds. You said right here, a vehicle that comes and parks, you said because there was no activity, there is no subsequent vehicle activity captured for approximately 13 minutes after their headlights are seen. And that's the 407 and 47 seconds. Then you're saying there's a gap here, right? Because there's no activity seen. And then the next activity that we see is at 420 and 47 seconds. And you're sitting here you want to tell this jury that this car that's leaving is this car because of what? Well, I have a question for you then. Did you think it was pertinent to go through every car that came through from like, I don't know, noon that day, 12 at night? When you did the neighborhood canvas, did you find out if people had assigned parking? Did you go through all the body cam that was worn by people to see whose cars were where, if there was assigned parking or whose cars were missing from that, that area when you add up all the cars and you know who actually has certain cars in that area? How did you, I mean, that's a bunch of stuff that you guys could do in the FBI, right? I mean, it's just manpower. People have parking passes for the Queen Road apartments, right? And Special Agent Hill's gonna be like, yeah, I did none of that. That's not what I did. Perfect. So then let's get back to this, what you claim that you did. So somebody other than you or you yourself wrote down a timestamp in 2023 for the grand jury to tell and to be spoken to the grand jury that at this time, in order for it to be 3:28 and 56 seconds, which actually is before 3:29 and 2 seconds, that's how you try to sell it to the grand jury. That this timestamp, because it goes in order here, but there's no qualification that is this, do we have to add a minute 43? Was that already added in? But then I said, it doesn't matter. I said, oh my God, none of this matters. Why? Because Agent Hill did it for us right now. Fuck that report. Agent Hill, what were you looking at when you came up with this number? And why would it be that this is the only camera that we can't find a surveillance number on? Here you go. You gave it to us right here. It was actually 3:27, wasn't it? In 46 seconds. And then we have to add on the 1 minute and 43 seconds, don't we? Yeah, you do. And so therefore, this vehicle that you are going to tell the world does not have a front license plate, right? Well, guess what? It doesn't fucking matter that doesn't have a front license plate, because that's not the Ridge Road camera one. The one from Ridge Road is the one that you say goes back and travels around the house. The one with a license plate. You understand? The one that you say has a clear view coming through. That vehicle, you know what, Steve Subs? Suck my titties. Come on to panel. Get the fuck out of here. You bring nothing to the table. We're not talking about innocence or guilt. We're talking about corruption. Learn about it. Okay? This is I'm driving this home because this is so important, this part right here. This is the camera that Special Agent Hill was going to testify to the jury to say this camera is what we use to determine that there was no front license plate. Okay, let's talk about this. So that's why I'm objecting to two things here. I'm objecting to the methodology on how you got to the whole 1 minute and 43 seconds. Just where did that come from? What's the date? It actually totally helps us that you're pushing it, that you have to push it back. I mean, forward, because it's behind that 1 minute and 43. But then the second thing I was objecting to is that there is no way I'm going to let this person, Special Agent Hill, testify to that jury that what your crazy little shit is here, because I'm showing that this car here cannot be the Ridge Road 329 and 2 second sighting. And that's the car that they follow then, that you can see on Taylor from Lind Lane. That's then the car that comes up and makes the first loop around the car on the Ridge Road camera. Because the one that you have going through that intersection at 3:29 and 29 seconds, the one that I just showed you cannot be. If I'm on this camera here at 3:29 and 2 seconds, I have to be on this camera before. Okay, before 3:29 and 2 seconds, not right here after. That's the point. Is so if I'm going through the intersection here at 3:29, this car is the car that they have going through. That would mean that the car that they have going through, which I think is a car that's actually driving this way, southbound, okay, or coming this way, and they're using that little camera for that. That means the car is going this way, which is north and south, not east and west, okay? But right here, this camera, it's catching a car going through. You have these apartments right here, okay? Where did Ethan, where'd he live? Where was his apartment at? Talk to me. Come on, let's have some fun with it. Come on, man, let's have some fun with it. Where did they say Ethan lived? Right by that gas station. This is the 76. Oh, okay. He didn't live at the Whites. Goddamn. Remember, everybody? He lived at an apartment over by the gas station near 76. Okay. So again, the car that's seen here at 3:29 and 2 seconds, this car has to have come from this little area right here before you get to that intersection. Okay. That means it has nothing to do with that Indian Hills car that's just in the middle of the road. Okay. Remember, I said they use that Indian Hills like that. That's their own car. That's the cops' undercover car. Okay. And it didn't come through and go this way. Okay. But a car came from this side of and right in here. And now we get to enter in on December 20th. A retired cop comes forward and he says, hey, when I was driving around over here at 1125 Ridge Road, I saw a kid, tall, skinny, white, loading up his white sedan. Like he was going home for like the holiday. Like he was like loading his car up. Okay. And it was at, you guys had come and asked the public. You guys were like, this is a retired cop that comes forward on December 20th to tell about a vehicle that he saw in this area right here where he lived, right by 1125. I said, what the fuck? Again, that's in a report. Okay. And it was like nobody gave any attention to it. Nothing. So why Ann Taylor asked, hey, Payne, Who found that Indian Hills video? Because this goes back to my original question, which is, why did they ever have to explain any of the vehicles? Why do they have to explain any of these vehicles except for just the car that comes in at, at 401, right there at Ridge at 401 and just makes the loop and comes in, and that's the car. Why do they have to make any? Why are you going, hey, that's just the car. Why do you have to keep going backwards? Because if you don't, then it's reasonable doubt that there's other vehicles that, there's another car that's coming in and went around. You have to make it so that all of those swoops that are going around are the same car. Because otherwise it's reasonable doubt as to, which one of those cars is the car, who's in them. It's multiple people that are staking it out. Okay. So that's why you have to account that all those loops are the same vehicle. Because otherwise right there you have reasonable doubt. But right here, I said, as soon as we find out that they made a mistake, and we found it, and it's right here. This is a new report nobody has seen. This is a report from February 12th. Okay. February 12th, 2025. 2025. Why the fuck is Special Agent Kill? Why is he doing this? Why is this report even being? We'll read it. They wanted to see if we could pinpoint a time that the vehicle was close by Moscow and it doesn't have a front license plate. And guess which one there can say that is? The one that I can prove isn't the car that swooped around. It's the 1311 Cam. Right here. He says in his report, he says that out of all the ones that they have, the only one with a clear view of that bumper is at 3:27 and 46 seconds. This is when Agent Hill had a fuck moment, because this is a rebuttal. They're going to try to rebut because this is how it was going to work. Agent Hill goes first, and Taylor has somebody that's going to come in and blow it up. Then, based off of that person's report, Agent Hill had a rebuttal to that expert's report, and this is it. And I'm like, oh my fucking God, is he a moron? Here we go. Let's fuck. Here we go. And he writes down, holy shit, 3:27 and 46 seconds. I was like, that's not the timestamp. That's not what they said the timestamp was in 2022. They said that timestamp was 3:28, 56 seconds. And he writes it right here that that's just the timestamp of the camera, but we still have to add in the 1 minute and 43 seconds because that camera is slow. When you do that, it becomes 3:29 and 29 seconds. And that's the camera angle and the view that he says this is the vehicle that does not appear to have a front license plate. I was like, fuck yeah, you fuck. Okay, let's talk. So this vehicle right here is the one that does not have the front license plate, right? And this would be going through the intersection at 3:29 and 29 seconds, right? Yep. Okay, perfect. So then it's not the vehicle then this vehicle that you're saying right here that came through at 3:29 and 29 seconds with no front plate, right? It cannot be the vehicle that is seen here at 3:29 and 2 seconds. That those can't be the same vehicle. Because wait, what? Yeah, huh? Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, yeah. And you have to go backwards with it. So you just start here at 3:29 and 2 seconds. When you go backwards, and you go backwards 30 seconds, it's 3:28 and 30 seconds, right? And that vehicle's not there yet, right? Right. It's because this vehicle, if you actually go and look, there is no vehicle there at 3:28 and 30 seconds. It's because this 302 vehicle, or this 3:29 and 2 second vehicle, it came from right in here. And they tried to purposely put that it came back further, because if it starts here, who lives over here? Who were you first considering a suspect? Who were your suspects before Bryan Kohberger? That's why Ann Taylor said, when did you go and get and try to come up with this Indian Hills vehicle that you just want to plop down in the middle? And that's why they don't back up. If you actually, that's why Ann Taylor was asking for other cameras too, because where does this vehicle originate? Even if you want to back it all the way, no car originates in the middle of the fucking roadway, you pieces of shit. So even if you're trying to say that this car is this car, which now we know that it's not, you can also argue that two cars are working in tandem, but where cars just don't originate in the middle of the road. Okay. And so when I'd be in front of the jury then, so for the record, it's all about trial strategy, and you guys are the deciding factor here. Would you rather want the jury to see this get just completely blown up, or do you want to see that this doesn't make it into the trial? Because if I was to allow it to be seen in front of the jury, I would say, isn't it true, Special Agent Hill, that you would have needed, when you determined that this was off 1 minute and 43 seconds, you physically went in there to the 1311 gas station, you got the hardware, you saw how it was all situated, you downloaded all of that stuff, you then compared it. Like, you're going to have to explain how you compared it so that you got this 1 minute and 43 seconds. But there are no license plates on any vehicle. Like, you were not able to see any license plate on any vehicle when you were doing any of the cameras from anything to do with the Moscow area. Is there any license plates that you can get on any vehicle? No, none. Okay. Did you attempt to see if it was possible with other vehicles that came and went from the camera footage from right here that you looked at? Did you try to see if there was other vehicles that had front license plates so you could determine, hey, see right here, we can see that there's a front license plate on this car. And then look at here, we can't see one on that car. Like, did you attempt to even see if you could find a front license plate on other vehicles? And if you were comparing them, like, what were you looking for to see that it was missing a front license plate? Like, what specifically stood out that you were determining that? Okay, well, I want to just make sure I get this clear. So in 2022, specifically November and December, you were co-located in Moscow, Idaho, but you don't reside there during the regular year, right? So you relocated to work on this case. Did you stay in a hotel? Yes. Did you have an office at MPD? Pretty much, yes. Did you have a vehicle while you were in MPD at your disposal? Yes. So you could have performed time drive tests if needed in November and December in 2022, correct? But you did not. So you could have just went and saw how long it takes to get from the Indian Hills addresses and noticed that, wow, this is really bizarre, that it took the car that's in the middle of the road that we have no idea where it came from 25 seconds to go 200 yards. Okay. Also, in 2022, when you went to go pick up the video over there at Albertsons or whatever, you could have also done a drive test like you went ahead and did in 2025. Nobody asked you to do that, though, right? Go over by Bryan's, drive this for this Floyd's cannabis camera shop. Nobody asked you to do that. Why? Isn't it true that it wasn't until our experts over here determined that Bryan Kohberger's phone did not turn off at 2:47, like your expert tried to tell the world, and his phone actually didn't turn off until 2:53, and when it was reporting way over there to the east. Okay. Special Agent Hill, did you testify at the grand jury? Who did you provide your work to testify to your findings in May of 2023? What MPD officer did you provide your report to? Do you know? Do you know who testified to your report for hearsay? Do you know that your 2023 report that you wrote up, that work before it was written up in a report, do you know if that was what was used in the probable cause? Were you ever provided with the probable cause to review the material? Now, so for the jury's sake, one more time with this. You have a vehicle going through the intersection at 3:27. What was it? Oh, yeah, 3:27:46. Okay. And you didn't finish it here in this second report, but you have it then on the Ridge Road camera at 3:29 and 2 seconds, right? Okay. If you add 1 minute and 43 seconds, what's your total? 3:29:29. Okay. Can you please tell the jury how you have a car here at 3:29:29 and you're expecting the jury to accept by an expert that this car traveling west at 3:29:29 is this car at 3:29 and 2 seconds? Explain that to the jury. I'm going to sit here and wait for you to sell that to the jury. And in order for the jury to accept and go back there and deliberate, are you asking them to accept that as fact? And since if this is the vehicle here at 3:29 and 29 seconds that you have saying that it's not a front license plate, is not on that vehicle, that's not the vehicle that you then say travels around the house 4 times, correct? You wrote in your report that not just only did you consider the video footage that was pertinent, to making things up, but you said that there was other pertinent information. And so my question is, Mr. Hill, Special Agent Hill, would you agree with me that you were part of investigating this crime before you became an expert? So you were involved during the manhunt, correct? And so you knew that on 11/13/2022, MPD had 1112 camera and Linda Lane camera with full access. And there was no search warrants to obtain those videos, right? And in neither one of those videos did you guys ever identify suspect vehicle 1, correct? None of those videos were used. And at 4:01 a.m. on the Ridge Road camera, fast forward now to 4:01, you couldn't use that video to determine if the car, did it have a front license plate or did it not? It did, didn't it? Because otherwise you would have put it in your little report over here to say at 4:01, right here, there's no front license plate like you did with talking about the 3:29:29 one, right? Well, let's just take a look. All you use is 1311, right? And then you just jump to the 525 videos, right? Right here. That's all the 525 videos. So that's the only footage right here in Moscow that you say, hey, that's the one that doesn't have the front license plate. And that is not the car that travels around 4 times. Because that car is not the 32902 car. Simple math. A car right here at 329.29 can't be a car that's here at 329.02 traveling westbound. What that means is the question should be is where truly did the 329.02 car come from? You guys are trying to make it come from over here in Indian Hills, and it just did it? It came from right here, anywhere in this area, right before you get to Main Street, before you get to 95. Correct? And it was, if you wouldn't have done this report to have a rebuttal to my expert, I would have never known this. So when you double down on your shit is what fucking got you caught. I love it. I absolutely love it. Abso-fucking-lutely love it. Woo! Take it to the bank, baby. Take it to the bank. That is some sick shit. So all in all, I would, if I was, it's literally Eldora Gatchel on steroids. Remember I told you those fuckers? They're going to pull an Eldora Gatchel. That is Eldora Gatchel shit on steroids. That is fucking awesome. Absolutely amazing. Like, y'all, it's not the same. It's not the same car. They knew it wasn't the same car. I would love to know who really truly did the report the first time around, because it wasn't Hill. Because when Hill actually was given them the footage, how do you go in and write the wrong fucking time? You didn't write the wrong time. You actually were looking at the correct time. And then you're asking people to do math in Idaho. They can't do math. Hi. I got more for you. We're not over yet. They were seriously going to try to come with that bullshit to the jury. You guys, not done yet. Now check this out. I got two more bombs. Okay. So, Special Agent Hill, you wrote up a report on December 20th, 2024, right before the new year of 2025, right before the big powwow, which was going to be the Franks, the suppression hearings. Okay, so this is the report that got in for that. Well, it's the Kenneth. Okay, here we go. You decided on 12/20/2024 to go and interview a resident of Paradise Drive. Isn't that correct? Sure did. His name's Kenneth Bonafide. Bonafide. Okay, ready? Well, it says that you went to address 651 right there, 651. Well, I have a question. In your report, correct me if I'm wrong, the Paradise Drive is, let me make sure I get this real big. What address is that? 451? So did Kenny move 2 houses, 3 houses down? Or do you just fucking suck at writing reports? So what's the address? 451 Paradise or 651 Paradise? Just curious. Okay. Now that we got none of that clarified. So 451 is in your reports, but then in December of 2024, you go over and visit Kenny Bonafide. Kenny Boner here. And you write down that Kenny Bonafide, Bonafin is how I would say it, that he lives at 651. and he was interviewed at his residence. Is that normal that you go and interview people at their residence instead of hauling their asses in? Well, yeah, I mean, he's just a witness. Okay, just making sure. So, and did you tell him that you were an FBI agent? Tell him you were straight fed? I'm doing it now. Hey. Did you tell him you were fed when you went there? Because they're not allowed to lie to feds, right? So after being advised of the identity of the interviewing agent and the nature of the interview, Kenny provided the following information. Now, let me get this straight. Please explain this to the jury. You never talked to Kenny ever before December 20th of 2024 about his cameras? The guy that you got some serious footage from. Nope, I didn't. Did anybody that you know? Did you have personal knowledge of anybody else talking to good old Kenny here? Because I have no reports of Kenny by anybody else. So who told you to go and talk to Kenny on 12/20/2024? Okay. You know, just a month before we had a huge showdown for the Franks hearing and for the suppression hearing. Okay, perfect. So since video was last collected, you say, from his residence in 2022, Kenny has installed new video surveillance cameras at his residence. Okay. For the jury's sake, you are aware that Kenny had two videos. He had what he referred to as a shop video and one that was the house video. So he has two different cameras and they're spread apart. And so you're aware of that. Okay. Did you know that? Going to make sure that you know that. And so your purpose of going there was for what purpose? What did you interview him for? Well, I wanted to see his cameras, but he told me that he got new cameras. What do you mean he got new cameras? Well, yeah, his cameras back in 2022, he told me, were motion activated. You didn't know that? Is it because you didn't is it because you didn't download and actually take the devices with you? Hold on one second. One second. Okay. Back. All right. So, okay. You go to talk to Kenny because you want to talk about his cameras, right? Yep. And he told me that his cameras, he replaced them. He said that he had installed new video surveillance cameras at his residence. Kenny knew that his previous cameras from which previous video surveillance was collected were motion activated. Specifically, Kenny recalled that his surveillance cameras were set up to capture motion activation when people walked in front of his residence. Due to this, his previous cameras did not activate when vehicles would travel west on Ridge Road. Okay, ready? So we're going to do another demonstration for everybody. West on Ridge Road. Okay. Here we go. 1125 Ridge Road is right here. This is Lauder, and then you can go like up to get to Taylor. Right here's that camera. At 401, we have suspect vehicle 1, they say coming down and making a right onto Ridge, and then at 401 it's going and heading what you would call south on Ridge, and then it would be considered south, and then the way it goes around the sharp turn here, and then right here it's then heading west. Okay, but right here on that corner where that sharp little bend becomes right before it, right here, this is Kenny's house right here on the corner, because right here is this little intersection right here on the corner where if you make a right to go up like this, that's how it continues to Ridge and Walenta. It's all like Ridge becomes Walenta. Okay. So when you're coming from this way, like the vehicle does, right here across the street, that right there is where Kenny's house is. And Kenny has like an extra garage by where his house is on the side of it. He also has a Winnebago type shit thing, piece of shit that's parked actually like it's not parallel. So his house is like this. He's got a camera that's over here and a camera that's over here by like this door with an extension. So there's like two cameras. This is the shop cam. This is the house cam. And so when you're coming, so what they're trying to tell everybody now is that if a car that's coming from Ridge and traveling west, whether it goes west then onto Ridge to Walenta like that, or would continue, because this is Paradise. This street is actually called Paradise, but he's right here on that corner. And is it 451 or is it 651? Because the feds put it down as both. Fucking hilarious, okay? So now what one would have to ask themselves, why the fuck are the feds going and talking to Kenny? But why are they talking to him in 2025, basically? For what purpose? Well, so we want to talk to Kenny over here about his cameras. And according to Kenny, oh man, I don't have the same cameras. Oh, you don't? Man, shucks. No, man, I got rid of those ones. Those were motion activated. I got ones that just roll 24/7 now. Oh, okay. That's it, right? Well, no. I've never seen this before, but here in an expert report, this Fed, who's going to testify as an expert in a rebuttal, is going to testify that based on what Kenny's opinions. Okay? Ready for this? This should blow your guys' minds, and I'm about to blow it to shreds. So you go and have an interview with Kenny and then basically write in your report what Kenny's opinions are of his cameras, right? They're not your no, the Moyes don't. They're way further down. You then write a report and you're going to testify to what Kenny thinks about his cameras. And this is why it's important. So basically, Kenny recalled that his surveillance cameras were set up to capture motion activation when people walked in front of his residence. Walked. Not drove, but walked. Due to this, his previous cameras did not activate when vehicles would drive west on Ridge Road. Driving west on Ridge Road. and turn north at the intersection in front of his house. So like I said, this is now traveling west. This way is west. This way is east in the campus. So it would be like, and then you're going to travel north. So right here, he tells the cops, hey guys, just so you know, we don't catch my cameras don't catch any cars traveling west, and then they're going to turn onto the street. What? Did you not in your interview want to pipe up and say to Kenny, well, this is how I would ask it in court. Well, when Kenny told you this, you didn't really think much of it, did you? You knew that wasn't true, right? Well, what do you mean, Miss Oriani? I don't understand the question. Okay, I didn't think you would, but I'm happy to go there with you. Okay, isn't it true when you wrote up your report back in 2023 that you mentioned 451 Paradise Drive 3 or 4 times? Yeah. Okay, let's talk about those 3 or 4 times. Isn't it true that, well, the first time that you mentioned Paradise, right here, is, I'm going to make sure this is the first time. Oh, here's the first time. Okay. The first time that you mention it is at 3:35 and 13 seconds, and it's right here, and it says 451 Paradise Drive. That's Kenny's house, right? And now do you see how it says shop, and then do you see how it says front door? So he has 2, right? Okay. So now at 3:35, he's actually, the car that you're talking about is traveling and coming this way, right? Like this, and it's going to stop at the stop sign here. Is that correct? And then it's going to do what? Make a left, right? Yep. Okay. But nowhere in your report or any report does anybody mention that Kenny had a motion, like a motion censored camera? That's just Kenny speaking now. You don't know if that's true though, right? Okay. Because that's not mentioned anywhere, correct? Correct. So right here, the camera catches a vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 travels south on Ridge Road, turning westbound onto Paradise Drive, correct? And the first camera to catch that was the shop camera. So it's traveling down, it stops at the stop sign, and in order to turn and go west, it makes a right. And so the shop camera catches it, right? And then right after that, what camera catches it next? The front door camera. Is that correct? Yes. The front door camera catches it next right here. It says front door camera, and that's at 3:35 and 14 seconds. This one was at 3:35 and 13 seconds. Okay. So these are coming on like bang, bang, right? Yep. And in order for that to be caught, nothing would have to be obstructing its view, correct? If it caught it and it's motion activated. Like you couldn't have a big Winnebago out there, right? In front of the cameras to obstruct the view for it to be catching headlights and shit like that. Like it's able to see it. The cameras are able to see it, right? Okay. So it catches it, correct? Sure. Yes, it did. Okay. Then the next time, after 451, the next time you speak about 451 is right here at 3:43, correct? So 3:43, that's correct, yes. And you say, summary, vehicle headlights, right? Turn east. Now, vehicle headlights, so right here, this is the shop cam, right? Yep. Vehicle headlights turn east, and that's be this way, correct? West is this way, so it turns east, correct? Yep. And then what else does it say? So the headlights catch it, that's the shop cam. Turn east onto Paradise Drive from Ridge Road, correct? Then it says, a reflection of the headlights indicates the vehicle may have made an immediate U-turn back onto Ridge Road northbound. Okay, so You're saying by watching this video, you think that when it made its turn to go eastbound, it then just made like a U-turn to go back this way? You don't, and you just say, what's the wording that you use? Oh, may have. May have. It may have, right? Okay. Now, one more sighting here, Paradise, 451 Paradise Drive. Okay. A vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 turns eastbound again. So coming down Paradise Drive, so turns east from Ridge Road. A reflection of headlights indicates that the vehicle may have made an immediate U-turn back onto Ridge Road northbound. And again, you say may have, right? Perfect, may have. So when you decide that you're going to go talk to Kenny, right? Because we're going to talk about it. Because my expert, isn't it right, Special Agent Hill? My expert said, hey, 1112 King Road at 4 o'clock and 14 seconds. In between this should be the Linda Lane video to see the car traveling, west on or east on Taylor, but that's not there because it's being, what was it? That camera's not working for 30 some minutes because it was being, one of the 4 cameras was being rebooted in the middle of the night when you would need it to make sure that shit's not happening. Okay. So this 401 and 32nd Ridge Road sighting, my expert's saying it's coming up like this 401, traveling this way, and then your guys are claiming it's making like this loop to come back this way. And we're over here saying, why isn't this camera catching anything, right? And which is right here. 401 and 43 seconds, Ridge Road. And you have just 404, 20 seconds, King Road. And I'm like, where's the 451 Paradise sighting, right? That's what my expert wrote in. And he was going to say that this car should have been caught on the 451 camera, just like it had been caught every other fucking time, right? And so you thought to yourself, Special Agent Hill, you've been on the case since day one. They flew your ass out of here from Salt Lake City. They said, come help. We need to find out whose vehicle. We need to figure out these vehicles. You're there. And you're going to sit here and tell this beautiful jury here that when you were putting this all together, you never said to yourself, I need to go talk to Kenny to understand, well, wow, that's crazy. Why isn't the 451 camera picking up the car coming back around? Like, we need to get over there. And hey, did we gather all? I think we're missing some footage here. Can I please look at your stuff at 401, 402, 403, like AM? I have to go through this again. I think we're missing a car. Or better yet, didn't you just get like all of the footage? Did you ask for like, because you didn't know what was pertinent yet, right? So you're wanting the time period of what? You're asking people to turn stuff in from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m., right? Okay. So you didn't think that may have been the time to understand, to figure out why there was no sighting of this vehicle that you're claiming is the killer's car here coming back. Wait, wow, that's just, there's no, wow. You didn't think to maybe ask Kenny about that then? Instead, you wait till we get an expert so that we can lay this all out for the jury. And your answer is let's go interview Kenny to ask him some questions about what? Well, and then you want the jury to believe that this is what was needed. Well, we asked Kenny a bunch of pertinent questions, such as what? Well, Kenny recalled that his surveillance cameras were set up to capture motion activation when people walked in front of his residence. Due to this, his previous cameras did not activate when vehicles would travel west on Ridge Road and turn north at the intersection in front of the residence. West on Ridge Road and then turn north, right? To go up back with that, right? He just happened to tell you that. He's like, you know what? I'll tell you what about those cameras. If you were looking for a car back then, you ain't never going to find that shit going up down here like this, turn around there like that. It's never going to happen. My cameras couldn't see that. And when he was telling you this, you were like, what? That doesn't make any sense because we have like 4 different cameras of his that come on, right? So wait, it gets better. So Kenny tells you this here in 2024, December 20th. Additionally, Kenny also has a camper parked in front. Kenny has a camera parked in front of his residence. This is so good. Kenny wanted to tell you that he has a camper parked in front of his residence, which he said would keep vehicles driving this direction from triggering his camera. I parked that right out here, just parked it right out here in front of my house, just like this. Like, how did he park it? Did he tell you how he parked it? Did he park it like, is it on his property? Kenny also advised that due to the sensitivity settings on the motion activation of his cameras, they would oftentimes not trigger when vehicles would travel south on Ridge Road. Coming south? South, okay. South. And do what? Coming down south, down the hill before they would turn eastbound to go down Ridge Road. Wait a second. And so back to my original question. So Special Agent Hill, when Kenny was telling you this stuff, you had your report already and you knew that it caught every single time. Not only did it catch from the shop cam, but it's catching the cam over here, which is the front door cam. When it's coming down, it's coming to this intersection where the stop sign is, it catches it every time because you make it a point to say, not only do you see it coming down and it makes a left to head, east, you think that it makes a U-turn 2 different times, right? Now, more and more, I just start believing that Special Agent Hill just did not ever look at these cameras. Because how the fuck would you ever write this shit? You wouldn't. But hey, you're going to write it. So now I got some questions for you. So we told you that would happen. These cameras would generally only activate at night when the vehicle's headlights would shine on the camper. He had parked in front of his house, in front of his camera. Wait, what? Let me back that up. What do you think? No. Kenny also advised that due to the sensitivity settings on the motion activation of his cameras, they would oftentimes not trigger when vehicles would travel south on Ridge Road down the hill before they would turn eastbound onto Ridge Road. These cameras would generally only activate at night when the vehicle's headlights would shine on the camper he had parked in front of his house, in front of his camera. Well, prior to ending the conversation, Kenny reiterated that his cameras did not capture motion on vehicles traveling west on Ridge Road when they would turn north at the intersection in front of the residence. We have camera footage of the vehicle doing everything that Kenny says that it would not capture. But better question is this. Are you aware, Special Agent Hill, that 451 Paradise was available to be seen in body cameras, in Google, on Google, Google Maps. And when you were there to visit good old, what's his name, Kenny, did you ask him how he would park his camper? For example, I'm going to Show you what I mean there. Would he park it in the road on the side of his house? Did you ask him to show where he parked this camper? Or did it not even really matter to you because you know that you actually had the video footage and you needed to come up with a way with how we're going to say why there is no car coming up like this to turn and to come and go this way, right? It couldn't be the mere fact because the vehicle that's coming back like this and going this way at this time, I mean, what if it just said, you know what, I'm done. I'm not going to go make any more drop-offs, pickups today. So I'm just going to turn around right here and then come back and pull in here and because this is my apartment and I'm just going to go to bed. God forbid us do something like that. Well, let's just use Google Maps here for a second. And let's type in 451 Paradise Road, Moscow, Idaho. Okay. And I'm going to pull it up here for the rest of the world to see because it's really good. God, I love it. Okay. Right here. Can you guys see this? Right here. Here we are. Welcome home, Kenny. We're over here at Kenny's house, okay? This is Kenny's house right here. Now I'm going to show you guys the area. Okay. Okay. This is his camper. This piece of shit right here. This little fucking big old nothing. Little peeny weeny thing, okay? Peeny teeny weeny, okay? This is his front door. Okay. Look at Kenny. Fucking got more white cars than anybody. And then right here on this corner, right here, this is this lovely, you see that stop sign right there? That's Ridge because it continues up Ridge. Like this is, see this tight little area right here? See this little turn here? Will lend to drive. It's also, this is Ridge. When you come up this way to go like up towards that, that's, this is this intersection right here. And this is where the car had to come and stop. And by God, there's a shop cam, which is on the garage area. And then there's a front door cam. And both of these, when the car gets right to here, light up like the 4th of July and you catch the car coming down. I mean, so much so that you catch the car like it's coming down. Like it's not like it's catching it like turning. Okay. And so this is this area. And now what the cops are saying happens here, which is wild. The times that they're saying that the car turns and makes like this U-turn to come like then go back, like it's just gonna just travel right back that way. All right. It catches it doing that, supposedly, allegedly, twice, and then the first time though, it catches the car, and they're saying this is all the same vehicle. A car comes down and makes a right, and goes this way, and that's where it uses the door. It's catching both within the 2 seconds. Okay. This is this little area right here. Okay. It catches the entire approach to the intersection, like hands down. So what this expert was going to tell, or what, the prosecution wanted to elicit as expert testimony is that I interviewed Kenny and he told me, well, Kenny goddamn told me. It's like, why don't you guys just go get the same cameras you used to have, set it all up, and do some test runs, motherfuckers? See how that works out for you. No, hell no, we can't do that. That'll really fuck us. So yeah, by God, Kenny told us that if a car is coming up this hill, that it ain't never gonna trigger my shit. None of this shit gets triggered because of my camper. My camper. What? It still has the lights coming on. Like, the person would have had to have been driving up this hill at 401 with no lights on. Okay? Because it's coming. I mean, you're going to see those lights, and that's what I thought it triggers. But when it comes back around at 4:01 o'clock in the morning, 4:01 o'clock, this camera should catch it, and it doesn't. And so the defense is over here saying, this is pure speculation. You're not even you're saying that this car is this car is this car is this car. And so that's why in the beginning, with how you want to bust this all up, and it's almost like, dude, you don't want to suppress the video because you want to show them what I just showed in the beginning, how fucking incompetent. It's not incompetency. That's pure corruption. They knew that the car that was coming through that intersection from Indian Hills, they knew that was not the same car that was at the intersection of Ridge at 1125 at 3:29 and 2 seconds. They knew that shit. They knew it. But they were going to sell it. They were going to try to sell it to the jury and try to confuse the jury into the whole timestamps, and that the one happened right before the other one. And it's like, I don't know where you guys learned math, but I'm not from Idaho, and I'm definitely not from Utah. And my math skills, you ain't going to get that past me. Okay. But then, and you should have been doing all of this back in 2022. Then you go and you talk to some fucking guy named Kenny, who I literally want to call right now, wish him a happy new year, buy him a fucking 6-pack, 12-pack, 18-pack, 24-pack. I don't give a fuck. Give him whatever he wants. Kenny, let's talk about this crazy ass shit that they hit you up with. And I'm over here like, well, these are my questions. So this was not important to ask in 2022. Now, question number one. You didn't think to interview Kenny and ask him why the video, like, where's the camera footage? Like, what's going on with your camera? Like, to the point that, wait a second, why do you even have to interview Kenny? If you properly obtained this camera footage with the hard drive and downloaded everything, and you have, that tells me that you don't even know what type of camera this is. That you don't even know that it was a motion activated camera. You don't even state that. But so this was not important to ask in 2022, correct? Wondering why 4:01 a.m. wasn't caught. You didn't think to yourself, maybe we should talk to Kenny? Why didn't this camera catch anything? Yet each time it traveled down to make that U-turn, it was caught on the shop camera. It caught its first loop, as both cameras caught the first loop after the loop at King Road is what I'm talking about. Then, if that wasn't enough, okay, after you go and you talk to Kenny, you left Utah to do this. you then do this shit. What in the world is this? Then on December 19th, I'm sorry, the day before, because you talked to Kenny on the 20th. I just wanted to put any phone numbers out there. You said to yourself, I'm going to go talk to Kane. Had previously provided the following login information to access the surveillance system at Linda Lane. Check this out. Look at this. Do you guys understand that when Moscow Police Department obtained the Linda Lane camera footage, he provided, here's the username, MPD. Password, pass for MPD. In 2022, this password and username was given. Here goes, this is how you get into my cameras. What? Yeah, here, MPD, pass for MPD. That was still the same and available when Special Agent Hill pulled it up to try to see if it would work in 2024. It was. 2 years later, that same MPD, pass for MPD, the previously provided login credentials were still active. And Special Agent Hill was able to log into the system. Now, I'm over here like, what the fuck does any of it matter? Why are you who cares if you can get into the Linda Lane camera footage? Like, what? You already have it. You understand that they tried to get in for the purpose, they said here in this report. Once in the system, Special Agent Hill noted the camera system only retains its footage for 30 days. You didn't know that? That tells me that you don't have, if you would have went and got a search warrant for all of that shit, you would have then taken and obtained the hard drive itself, all those cameras. You would have had everything. If you go out and get these, once you would realize, hey, we got to go get a search warrant so that we can obtain all this stuff the right way, and so that we have everything preserved, hard drives, everything, the software for it. We can see how the settings were set, all of this shit. By you going into the system, and that you take note then in 2024 that the system only retains its footage for 30 days. How did you not already know that? It should be in a report. Thus, there was only surveillance footage available back to November 19th of 2024. Due to this surveillance retention period, there is currently no access to surveillance video footage from November of 2022. Well, no shit, but why do you need to why do you need it? So here's my questions. It's to understand, what the fuck are you talking about? Why do you need any of this? Why were you trying to access the footage from Linda Lane in December of 2024? You already have it. You don't need to access it. You have it. You have 12 to 6 a.m. both cameras, except for a 30 some minute period where you claim that the camera was down because of maintenance issues being rebooted. It does that nightly. Okay. So think about this then. Then what about the 40 minutes missing period in 2022 in dumpster cam for nightly reboot? Does that still happen? You could at least looked and have caught and saw from, just look at December of whatever, 10th. Go to December 10th. Go to December 14th. See if there's 36 minutes missing to see if there's still an automatic reboot happening. Okay? That's what I'm over here thinking, that Do you understand it makes no sense for whatever they were going to try to say that the reason that they were doing this, it just outs more shit that they didn't do. Okay? That means you don't have any of this. You had saved it the way that it was to like some iCloud. And however, I mean, truly ask yourself, what are you trying to get from this? Why are you going in? It's because of what my expert's saying. And my expert's saying that due to the camera at Linda Lane, poof, magically disappearing for 36 minutes, again, nothing can be linked. Okay? Which means you're not able to give an expert opinion about something that doesn't link. You're missing the video. And you guys didn't think to figure out why. You guys just accepted the fact of Danny Vargas writing in a report that Kane sent this email. Here, I just copy, cut, and pasted it. Here you go. What seems like, I would love to know when that password and username was truly set up, because I don't think that it was set up in 2022. I think that it's always been there. I think that 1000% Kane works with the police back there and whatever the fuck they do, and they have full access to do a lot of shit back there. A lot of it. Regardless. So this cam was never, now think about this big pow. Ready? Special Agent Hill. Are you telling this court and this jury that the Linda Lane camera footage was never attempted to be accessed and used after December 13th, 2022? He's going to be like, huh? Are you telling this court today, under oath, that the Linda Lane camera footage with the user password MPD the username MPD, the password pass4MPD, and whatever app that is that you went in on to enter those credentials, right? That you're telling this court, so this camera was never attempted to be accessed and used after December 13th of 2022. He'd be like, huh? I don't understand the question. Well, you say that it only has a 30-day retention period. Is that correct? Well, yeah, when I looked at it on December 19th, 2024, yeah, there's a 30-day retention period. Okay. And that's the first time that you ever knew that, right? Yeah. So that would tell me that at no point from December 13th of 2022, because that would have been the last possible day to get those fucking cameras for that download, because after 30 days, it's gone, right? But it would tell me that at no point did anybody write a report saying that they even tried, because then they would have been reporting, hey, I couldn't get in because it was outside of the 30 days, right? You didn't even know that it had a 30-day retention period, because no report is out there existing of somebody even attempting to try it. You're the first person. Isn't that correct? So it wasn't until 2025 almost, December 20th, 2024. That's the first time that you all find out, for the very first time ever, because it's just, who cares? But I tried to access at any point in time after the 30 days, because that's when you would have wrote, if I tried to access this, let's say in May of 2023, and to look back at those dates, I wouldn't be able to have looked at it, right? And so therefore, in a report, I would have been saying that, right? But there's no report prior to this day of you guys ever attempting to do that. Because why? You already had the material. It didn't matter, didn't care. So why does it matter now? Why are you fucking telling us this? Who gives a fuck about any of this shit? What's the importance of writing up this report and writing all this shit down? Because we have no idea if the retention was only 30 days. It could have been changed to only 30 days, 2 months before you went, right? This report is fucking a wet towel. It is useless. This doesn't tell me goddamn thing. But what I want to know is, why the fuck were you in it? What were you trying to get that you didn't have already access to, you motherfuckers? You don't make any sense. What were you trying to access? For what purpose? To be able to tell me that the retention period is only 30 days? Who the fuck cares at that point? Awesome. Doesn't matter. Because you didn't try to do anything beforehand. So are you trying to explain to me why you didn't do something back then? Because you make no sense. It doesn't matter. And I know that I'm way over here, and you're going to get there probably like maybe in a week. You'll understand my question. This doesn't fucking matter. What you were writing on this report means nothing. My question is when was the password and the username created? Could you find that out? When was the password and the username created? Was it created before 11/13/2022? Because if it was, I'll have a field day with that. Exactly, because MPD has always had access to that camera. MPD would know when this fucking reboot 40 minutes is, and that nothing can be seen on that one camera, right? Well, God, that's some intel right there. It's interesting. Who would ever have an automatic reboot on their camera in the middle of the night? Wouldn't you do an automatic reboot if you're going to do one every single day, which nobody does that. It's all bullshit. But let's say that you did do it. Why the fuck would you ever pick a time on a Saturday night at 3:30 a.m. when that's high time traffic for that you would want to see if somebody's fucking with your shit? You would do some automatic reboot at like noon on Sunday. 8 a.m. on Sunday. How did you get the username MPD and the password pass for MPD? How did you get that? Who provided you with that? I know that you're writing it here, but where did you get that from? Your report sucks dick. Now, you're going to sit here and try to tell the jury, Special Agent Hill, that the 420 car has to be the 407 car. Well, this one's for Pav. I got one for you, Pavarotti. Clip this. Myself and Mark, we've done some extra work for him. And we would like to say that how many cars do you think are in that back area that could be possible cars that could have been the car speeding away? And you could count up all the different parking spots and you're going to have a number, okay? And so I would have a number. And I would say, isn't it true that, let's just throw it out there, that 40 cars fit back in that area that could be parked, okay? Whether you're back, covering all over. Now I'm going to go ahead and start eliminating where we know that the car couldn't have come from because we would have caught it on, TV. One of the cams. If someone says 48, we'll go with 48. Okay. So what we were going to do is we're going to eliminate the areas that we know that it couldn't have been the vehicle because it would have been seen on the 1330 cam. Okay. Also, because of the 111 cam and how the reflections work and stuff like that, we can start eliminating the different, parking spots. Because if a car gets turned on and how the reflections would work and your lights and stuff like that. So you can start eliminating. And what's going to leave you with so here's your cesspool, and we're going to be able to get it down to like this much. Okay. And the logic that Hippler wants an expert to be allowed to testify is that because a car came in at 404, makes the loop after it does you guys know what it does. And then it's off the cam at 407. And there's a 13 minutes of nothing. because this is the last car that came in. Whatever car came in last, his logic that Hitler is allowing to be put in front of a jury is that the car that came in last at 4:07 is the car that's leaving at 4:20 in 47 seconds. That's his logic. And I'm like, are you out of your fucking minds? Okay. So then hear me out. The 132 car comes in. Car enters and passes 1122 King Road house, but it is not seen on the 1320 Linda Lane footage, which means it has to park between, like we were saying, that short little area where all the neighborhood canvassing was going on that morning. The people's doors that are right up on that little alley road of 500 Queen. Okay. So do you see how, oh wait, there was another activity right here at 137. Car enters. 144, car pulls in. 149, that car leaves. This vehicle that we see here, we can't tell what type of vehicle it is. Okay. Not like, but hey, there's a car that leaves right after it. 139. Oh, but we can. Why? Because these are the cars that enter and pull into 1127 area. And you're able to see a little bit of it on 112. And then you're able to see that it backs up because it's picking people up and shit like that. So yeah, we can. Check, check. These are cars that completely disappear out of our fucking vision. And then look at, there's no car just like coming out without it going in. So remember, I was like, this is really important to do. Well, I want to show you guys, and this is for you, Pavarotti. Pavarotti's been obsessed with this X6. 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 There is a car that comes in at 2:26 and 6 seconds. Okay? Car comes in and passes by the 112 King Road house. Based off of the lights, we believe it parks one halfway up the left-hand side as you're traveling past the house, because it's never seen on the 1330 camera. Okay. Mark goes and listens to this car again, listens to the way that it's sounding, then goes and listens to the X6. Okay. Which is that BMW crossover fucking vehicle. The one that everybody talks about. And the 248, this one. That's one seen. I think it's this one. Ready for this? So their logic is that the last vehicle that came in, and that there's 13 minutes of just silence, right? Like nothing's going on. And then at 4:20 and 42 seconds, a car speeds away. And they're like, it has to be the car that just came in at 4:07 looking for a place to park. Looking for a place to park. You know who's coming home at 4 o'clock? The person that was working at the bar. Okay? Looking for a place to park, right? Finds a place to park. Walks behind the camera so you can't see because everybody cuts through people's yards and shit like that. You're going to walk the most direct way to your house. You're not going to just walk down the middle of the streets or whatever. Well, it is absolutely reckless Absolutely reckless if a expert is allowed to tell a jury based off of no, hey, that car came in, that car, it's got to be that car that's leaving. Based on that logic. It's like, what the fuck? Just because the description of the car that came in, just because it doesn't leave right away, as in that we're able to track it all the way, it can't just come home, park, and stay. And that the car that's actually like pulling and speeding away at 420 and 42 seconds, that can't possibly be a vehicle that was already back in that area. And you would just have, you can ask just 3 questions to kill it. Isn't it true, Special Agent Immel, or Special Agent Hill, that you provided Special Agent Immel with the balcony footage of the blooming light, and you asked him, hey, what's this make and model? Can't tell you. What's this make and model? Can't tell you. The light, the headlights are too blooming. We can't catch anything. I can only tell you that it has certain features, right? You can see a little headlight here, or you could see like a tail light like that, right? And then the question needs to come up, which is, after 420 and 42 seconds, aren't there other cars that travel up out of there? Yeah. A 423 car. And then a car comes back to the area at 429 and actually pulls into the driveway of where the students were murdered. But he didn't go that far in his report. And the questions would come out as to why and where. If you're using methodology by looking at the reflections and you're pointing things out, and this is how you're determining if a car turned, if a car did this, well, then the same methodology has to be applied to the 429 car. And so we're saying the 429 car pulled actually into the driveway of the house. Based off of your methodology, we use that, and the 429 car is pulling into the house, like where the students were murdered at 1122 King Road. And so when Special Agent Hill is on the stand, you have to ask him, are you going off of the text messages with the roommates? What's the other, like, because he's going to mention that. And it's like, okay, perfect. Once you have him mentioning that, then you're going to talk about the fact that the timeline's off with where people said that they were when they saw. I mean, Dylan said that she saw a car with taillights out there, and that she saw the car with taillights out there when she was down in Bethany's room. Well, where was there a car with taillights down in Bethany's room if it isn't the car that came in at 429? No, bottom line is that Ann Taylor was right. Okay. None of this stuff is expert testimony. This is pure speculation. But you're able to eliminate some stuff. Yeah, of course we can talk about how we. That's why you have to go so hard as to say this person cannot be labeled an expert and testify to something like this. What makes somebody an expert over me or you when looking at surveillance footage and saying where cars went and didn't go? What type of certificate do you go and obtain for that? That's like, let's go play bar photo hunt. I'll kill every one of you guys in bar photo hunt. You got to look at the 2 sides, pick the 5 differences out. Try doing that while drinking. I'll fucking murder everybody in that game. And the time keeps getting faster and faster and faster. I mean, really, truly, like, what would make you an expert to look at surveillance cameras and to tell me if I'm doing it the same way for everybody across the board? That's why methodology. So what's the methodology? And these idiots are just picking and choosing which vehicles to apply to their methodology. And then they're not using it for the other ones that are coming back into that area. And that would never fly. But Hippler's over here literally really upsets me that Ann Taylor didn't catch this. The best part about it is that none of it matters when you do this. I want that car that they say goes around 3 or 4 times. I want that to be the murder vehicle car. You want to know why? Did you just say I'll murder anyone in that game? Hell yeah, I'll murder anyone in that game. I said that for a reason. Right here. If you show the jury that the car that they have circling the 4 times, okay, is the car with the license plate, because you're showing that there's 2 different cars there. Then you would crush it there. You would say either you're saying that there's 2 cars or this cannot be my client's car. Like you would just embed that. Like it's just impossible. It's impossible to be at a road at 3:29 in 29 seconds and then travel west and not be on the Ridge Road camera. Then you should be there at 3:29 and it's almost like 56 seconds. You can't go backwards in time. They just lied on top of lies. They just kept having to lie. And then the last big thing, I don't know if you guys saw this, but remember I've been asking to see the print outside of Dylan's room. You gotta see this. Look at this print. So I sent this. Where's a video of it? Well, I disagree with finding this though. Ann Taylor was given this. I found this within I found this in 4 hours of research. Once I got this report and looked at the other report, I found that within 4 hours. And I could say probably even like an hour, because I was working on cross-examination questions on how in voir dire on how to like handle that. And so like I was doing that within that. So it's not the same guy. That's not the same Cruz guy. That Jose Cruz is not the same Cruz that was a suspect in this case or subject. So that's misinformation. Let me pull up this picture though. Okay. And I'll print it. I got to give props to some of the jury questionnaires. One of the questions that they were asking the jurors was about if they have bumper stickers on their car. Okay. And I'm going to explain why that's the most amazing question to ask on a jury questionnaire. All right. So here you go. Take a look at this. This is the notes from going into the house and writing down the latents processing, okay? TM and Haley Youngling, that's her initials. They did all the Amino Black processing, okay? Amino Black, West Bedroom Floor 2. and hallway leading to door. Approximate from doorway to metal panel. On hallway floor, L3 photographed. Okay. Then 33 photographed additional potential footwear impressions. Diamond pattern. So 33 was just the marker number. See, ISP marker 33. Now, I said, oh my God, ready for this? This is this diamond pattern, not photographed due to previous discussion of officer footprints. I fucking lost it. Let me tell you what this means. So these are actually the notes. These are the notes. I've been waiting to see, I want to see the picture. Like, let me see this picture. Okay. So, again, Amito Black, West bedroom, floor 2. This is Xana's, is the West bedroom, floor 2. And hallway leading to door. Approximate from doorway to metal panel. And then that was just like, these are just like the notes. Like, then it says, on hallway floor, this is L3 was photographed. And then 33 was the photograph, which is the marker. So that's like, then that's like period. This is where the new one begins. Additional potential footwear impressions. Diamond pattern not photographed due to previous discussion of officer footprints. Now, I got so many questions. Ready for this? First question. In the probable cause affidavit, where is this information coming from that there was a diamond pattern footprint, right? That was right outside the door of Dylan's bedroom. Dylan's bedroom is the east. Okay. What? Next. Wait, what's this discussion? We determined, so think about this. This is the notes that you're writing on like 11:16, 11:13. You go back in there on 11:14. You're back there on 11:19. Okay. And you're having discussions and you guys determined that, hey, because of the cops from MPD that were just trampling the fuck out of this, crime scene, we're not gonna, like, these prints, like, they're just not reliable. What? I'm so confused. Like, you would have to ask her exactly what the hell she's talking about. But I've been waiting to see, I want to see, like, the picture. Where is the picture of this big to-do with what went into the probable cause affidavit? Okay. The statement. Let me pull it up. The statement from 2023. It's like the 2023. Oh, wait, where is it at? Probable cause. Arrest warrant. Affidavit. We'll go with that one. That one looks good. Yeah, 18 pages. You guys remember that, right? Okay. I just can't believe this shit. That's why mainstream media is nowhere to be found on this case, because they get their asses just completely annihilated. Okay. After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, the forensic examiner initially believed the suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011-2013 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, it indicated it also began 2011-2016. Right here. A review of So investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University campus located in Pullman, Washington. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13th, 2022, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as suspect vehicle 1, was observed on WSU's surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way. Guess what? This blows up the rebuttal. So you're going to have somebody come on for your rebuttal. This vehicle does fog lights prove that it's not the same vehicle that Bryan Kohberger owns. Okay? They would have known that right away. Right? No, how do we know that right away? Well, I don't know. You guys were in December, you guys were following him around in fucking, I don't know, Pennsylvania, the vehicle. Also, you can just pull up his VIN number and you could see exactly what the car is, get all the specs on it, and determine. Now, at approximately 2:53 a.m., a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman. What? Well, again, that's not that car because we have the video footage and not the car. Then if you add, ready? They don't mention any of this. Do you understand that none of this is in Hill's report? None of this made it to the FBI report. Well, why? Ready? It didn't make it to the FBI report because Special Agent Hill was never going to put this in his report because they knew that the car or the phone didn't shut off, right? So we're not even going to talk about this camera anymore because we just lied our fucking asses off, right? And then right here, a review of the camera footage indicated that a white sedan here after suspect vehicle 1 was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills at approximately 3:26. And westbound on Snyder Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow, approximately 3:28. Well, that's not his car either. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. Guess what? Guess what time that was? Yep. That would be at 3:29 and 29 seconds. That is what was not in Ann's ever argument, is that this was actually at 3:29 and 29 seconds. And that the unbelievable. Unfucking believable. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. Oh my God. Oh my God. It was right there. Yep. But that's at 3:29 and 29 seconds. And so that vehicle is not the Ridge Road camera 3:29 and 2 second vehicle with the license plate. And that's the one, the Ridge Road camera 3:29 and 2 second one. That's the one that goes back in that area. Okay. And then it follows around then for the rest of the night. The Ridge Road camera, that one right there, the 3:29 and 2-second one. This one at 3:29 transeconds, that's the this is the 1311. This is the Sun Mark cam. Holy shit, these son of a bitches. This also doesn't have a timestamp. No timestamp for the public. As of today. These fucking pieces of shit, man. These fucking bastards. I told Ann, put me on your team. I'll find it. Wow, what a bunch of fucking pieces of garbage. They knew the whole time. Damn. Here we go. That's what I would argue. So fuck your car. I would argue and say that, well, at 4:29 a.m., I guess I don't know why you guys are getting so jacked and so excited about a car leaving at 4:20 a.m. because at 4:29 a.m., a black SUV arrives to 1122 King Road House, and that would be the SUV that parks and slants in that belongs to Ethan. And the only people that have keys to drive that car would be Ethan, his brother, and his sister. And since his brother and his sister went to bed at 10 a.m. the night before, yeah. Who's driving Ethan's Ford Explorer? Which is after, 4:20, that car that's speeding away. And the dog continues to bark until 10 till 5. 1,000% all these people do. No, I'm saying that for all we know, the Sunset Mart 1311 cam, you guys, to this day, you guys know that there is no video from that camera that has a timestamp on it. All the other ones do. I'm saying that the car that's coming through the intersection at 1311 Mart is actually going east or west. And I believe it's the undercovers. And so they used that footage that they had on Indian Hills because it was traveling back to come back up and around before it went over to pull over those kids with the sign. Remember when they put out the videos and they were going through all the sightings and they get to we were trying to figure out where's the cam. The car that should be used if they're claiming that the camera on 1311 Sunset Mart was used and the car's traveling parallel to Taylor then. Okay. And that camera angle that car should be coming through the intersection heading west. From my people in our research, the car that's being examined for the lack of license plate is going east. It's going north and south, and it should be going east and west. I'm just saying, if you want to argue the case to win the case, there's so many ways you can do anything. But based off of how they're going to present the evidence, and if they're going to go fucking crazy ass on you, well, you're going to have to explain to this jury how the 4:29 a.m. car, the black SUV that arrives at the 1122 King Road House, is not Ethan and Xana. I'm going to make you do that because I'm going to push that it could be. Push it enough so that they went and got the ECUs out of the cars. Why would you go and get the ECUs out of the cars? How you like them apples? How about you didn't use any of if you can prove any one of those phones have moved and are moving after 4:20? Pretty wild. How about Dylan? Dylan says that she saw or heard Kaylee dancing with the dog, and then it was Kaylee that went upstairs. That'd be right around 4 o'clock. What if Kaylee's phone does not make any movement after 2:53? I don't know how that'd be possible, right? But her phone, Kaylee's phone, should show that she has a ton of movement, like walking around with her phone taking steps. I'm remember they didn't use anywhere in this probable cause what time these phones stop moving because they can't. Fucking unbelievable. This is all lies. Right here. Here we go. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern, similar to the pattern of a Vans type shoe sole, just outside the door of DM's bedroom, located on the second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of fucking travel. Unbelievable. Now, here it is. Right there, that statement. Here's the proof that it was not that at all. And this is what the statement is from. Unbelievable. Here you go. Here's the notes, the latent processing. Tara Martinez and Haley Marie Youngling, that's their initials, TM, and it did all amino black processing. See that date? Because this is her like TM. She did it on 12/11/2022 because she has to write in her notes, okay, hey, when did that happen? Well, this is the date that she's initialing, adding this line in. Not when they did it. It's adding this line into her notes because it's in a different color. See how this handwriting is not this handwriting? It's because this handwriting right here is Talbot's. This is one of the chicks. Amino black, west bedroom floor 2 and hallway leading to door. Approximate from doorway to metal panel. On hallway floor, there's L3 was photographed. And then 33 was photographed, which she writes in here. What 33 is 33 is the ISP marker 33. Okay. And she had a note that on January 3rd, 2023, when she was noting her notes, I mean, not Talbot did it for her, and now I wouldn't trust any of that. Additional potential footwear impressions, in parentheses, diamond pattern, not photographed due to previous discussion of officer footprints. It's because they're saying that it could be the officer's boots and shit like that. Do you understand that? That's what that means. That's why this person was going to be called to the stand. This is what I wrote, oh my God, on it. This is me writing, oh my God, never the perp. These were never the perps fucking, and it wasn't where they say it was. This is unfucking believable. I cannot believe the fuckerage in this case. And everybody wants to say, he fucking did it, man. I'm like, I don't care. It has nothing to do with any of my arguments. None of my arguments have to do with guilt or innocence of Bryan Kohberger saying a goddamn thing. This is, you write up an 18-page report, that is an affidavit, okay? A sworn statement as an officer of the fucking, it was a group activity. All of them co-signed it. Everybody fired. Fired. No back pay. Put them on suspension right now. Do the investigation. Fired. All of them. This is sick. So during this investigation, they knew, oh, hey, remember we never photographed it, but remember those prints that we saw? You guys, everybody should have their day in court. Everybody should have their day in court. I personally believe that this defendant did not go forward with his day in court, which we are all supposed to get, because a death penalty was hanging over his head. Do you want to go here? Let me just fucking shoot you. That's not how it should be. You should get your day in court. But hey, he pled guilty, and in my opinion, it's because he's a coward. I would never say I killed somebody if I didn't kill somebody. That's just my personality. But I can't say that for all people, because Dr. Moore said he killed somebody and he didn't kill him. Dr. Moore's an educated doctor, chiropractor. You know, it just, everybody's different. I have basically proven on my channel who killed Dr. Drake and who was involved in that. Like, I had the entire discovery unredacted and did it and showed it on my channel. And those same people that did the Dr. Moore case, who got him to false confess, and then thank God they got tossed out. Those are the same people that investigated the Idaho4 case, and they're horrible. It's the same forensic team. I mean, everything's the same, except now you're bringing in the FBI. Unbelievable. But here it is. These are the notes. The notes say right here that this additional potential footwear impression, this diamond pattern, was not photographed due to previous discussions of officer footprints, that it was the officers. Do you understand that this diamond footprint, it was not a fucking van. It was the boot wear impression, which I'm going to back all the way up and say that, well, where was this exactly at? Where's the location of this? It doesn't give the location, because everything up there, this is like a new additional potential footwear impressions, diamond pattern not photographed due to previous discussion of other footprints. Now, Amina Black, now she goes to like floor 3, East bedroom. And if you then want to come back at me and say, no, this all has to do with like the same area, guess where this is at, y'all? Guess whose west bedroom? The west bedroom is Xana's. The east bedroom is Dylan's. Okay? When you're looking at the house, the right side of the house is the west. The east side of the house, the left side of the house is the east. Xana's room is the west bedroom on the second floor. So, Amina Black, west bedroom, floor 2, and hallway leading to the door, her door, to Xana's door. So what they're trying to say is that the footprint that they wanted to use is leaving out of Xana's room right by Xana's door, but leading out. And it's a diamond pattern, and that is what they put in the probable cause and made it seem like it was right by Dylan's bedroom, showing the path of that's why Ann Taylor was asking for this. Where's this? Where is this? Where is this? She's like, remember, she's like, I'm trying to make sense of your probable cause, and just none of it's there. Like this right here, it is a fact now that right here, van, there's no van. That's not what it was. It wasn't a van. It was a boot diamond. You guys just saw what the officers were wearing were not Vans, were they? During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. Bullshit. Bullshit. They found several. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team. You want to know why they're qualifying this? Because there is no picture. Picture. That's my take. And Ann Taylor's over here like, well, I think it was cleaned up. It's because it was all cleaned up. And I'm like, no, it's just not. It's just not the killers. Or if it is the killers, they're not wearing Vans. But it's not even by Dylan's room. It has nothing to do with anything. Clearly, somebody that killed anybody in that bedroom where Xana was has to leave out the bedroom. And they're going to be walking out the bedroom. But that is what they use to say that the killer walked the path that Dylan was saying that the killer walked. Unfucking believable. Outrageous. I just have a question. As a judge, what do you think that sentence means? I just destroyed the feds tonight. I destroyed this. The combination of DM statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads from VF and DM's phones, because that's the timeline. Nothing about a dog. And video of a suspect video. What even does that mean? And video of a suspect video. What idiots. And video of suspect video, as described below, leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 and 4:25 a.m. Well, I think the homicides happened after. If they happened, they definitely didn't happen between 4 and 4:25. That's like the time frame that it did not happen. During the processing of the crime scene. I mean, what does this even mean? Why is this even in there? Because it's bolstering, like she said, this is bolstering Dylan's statements to investigators. Well, should we remind everybody what Dylan's statements were? No. Makes no sense. I just don't even have words. No gloves, no booties. 5 Truth and Transparency memberships. Guys, guess who we have next Tuesday night? Want to talk about another case that is just crazy with the prosecution corruption bullshit? Trial and Error podcast. Dr. Katie Spirko and attorney Dana McClellan, they're going to be here. And they're basically going to free Zachary Adams. But it's the Holly Bobo case, but the outrageous prosecutorial misconduct. You guys think that Ashley Jennings, we all think Ashley Jennings she's a Jennifer Nichols in the making. But this Jennifer Nichols woman, who's a special prosecutor in the Holly Bobo case, literally gave defendants discovery, details, intimate details. This is how you need to say it. This is how you need to do everything. If you testify this way to pin it on your friend, okay, he's going to get life, the death penalty, whatever, and y'all are going to be able to walk out of here in a couple years. These guys went from saying I had nothing to do with it to all of a sudden, okay, I will testify and say everything that you want me to say. Then just recently, these dudes recanted, one of the main guys, and said, this has never happened and that I've witnessed is to this like length, to that it got to a courtroom. The guy's out of prison. He walked out in 2020. He has no reason to do this. He comes and he's like, I need to recant. Zachary Adams had nothing to do. None of us did anything, but I said all this stuff because that prosecutor gave it all to me and told me to say this and did all this and said and basically gave me all the information I would need to match the state's case with the discovery. I mean, just like, it's insane. But to hear that, you hear all the time where people like recant you know, their testimony for like their deal or whatever. Not every day or ever do you hear somebody come forward and say, not only am I recanting, but let me tell you who organized this whole fucking thing. The prosecutor. Jennifer Nichols, organized it. Gave me material. And here, how to say this and what to say and when to, like, everything. Unbelievable. It's going to be wild. And I'm here for it. But it's a case where if you think that stuff was haywire in the Idaho4 case, just like how the Holly Bobo case, that trial was back in 2017. It takes a little bit of time. And it's something where this case, if I'm telling you, if Bryan wanted to file some habeas shit and do an appeal, it'd be interesting. I think in the Holly Bobo case, I'm going to show the first trial. It's not that long of a trial. You guys just need to see how ridiculous this trial is, though. He had no effective assistance of counsel. And then Jennifer Nichols, is just... I've never seen somebody enter in evidence through the mother of the daughter who was raped and murdered by having her open evidence bags on the stand to enter in evidence. I've never heard of the person that called 911 to enter in the 911 call to authenticate it. No objections, any of this stuff. When the mother was opening up these items on the stand, I think Jennifer Nichols did it on purpose. The mother passes out in front of the jury. It should have been a mistrial right there. This judge was in cahoots with Jennifer Nichols. I mean, it is wild. We're watching it because you need to see this. And based off of my timeline, I have so many problems with what transpired between 7 in the morning and 7:45. Holly Bobo was on her cell phone. Like I said, I'll go over all of that, but she was basically on the phone with her boyfriend a couple different times and her mom a couple different times. But when they're saying that she's being abducted at 7:45, she was literally on the phone with her boyfriend at 7:42. Or was it her mom and then her boyfriend, or her boyfriend and her mom again? I don't know. I have my timeline over here, but I'm able to, based off of the neighbor's statements, when he went outside to because he heard the scream, he starts loading up his vehicle at 7:15. And when he heard those screams, it was before 7:42. And so when you do the math like that, it's like Holly Bobo was on the phone with her mom and her boyfriend. And her boyfriend was supposed to be turkey hunting, and he was dressed literally in the same. So I'm going to put out some stuff that's going to make some people, it's going to fire up some people, but hey, it's just following the truth. Holly Bobo's phone goes into a little weird area and is on a different cell tower at 7:33, and it shouldn't be. So anyways, yeah, it was really, really sad. Yeah, this type of stuff shouldn't. There needs to be trials. This stuff, put the trial out there. Put the information out there. But this crap that's in this bullshit, going back and looking at this, DM talking about I'm here to help you. That's in the goddamn movie. That's in the movie. And then saying that a male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. And using those in quotes, she never said those words. By you putting them in quotes, it's like you're quoting her. A frozen shock phase. Go find me where Dylan ever said anything like that. She's never said that. Why are you putting those in quotes? Who's quoting? Who's saying that? You know, so the other thing that I realized here is when they're saying DM stated that she opened her door for a third time, that's not how it happened. And let me tell you why I think that they needed to add all that in. Those officers downloaded her phone day one, her and Bethany. They would have immediately went to listening to that and what they're claiming happened. They're going to go look at the health data. And I'm telling you, what their health data is saying, because that's not how it was originally that she opened the door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose. Actually, she told people that the nose wasn't covered, walking towards her. Yep. At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1122 King Road or 111 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper. Well, what do you guys think? Followed by a loud thud? My ass. What would you consider happening at, I don't know, 250? What do you consider that? Listen to that. Holy shit. A dog can also be heard. A dog, not Murphy, but a dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. Yeah, and lasting until when? That's really important. And it lasts until 4:50 a.m. when a car leaves the Moyer residence. It's the Moyer's dogs that are barking like crazy. It's not Murphy. I'm sorry. It's not. There's at least 2 dogs, if not 3. But do you see how everything is just worded exactly a certain way? Because this is the only way that this will work. Is everything, nothing can be moved from this, and yet the discovery moves it all. So then, DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast, east side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. Nope. DM was at 3:51 saving a new contact in her phone. That is the same time frame of Molly walking around. That is the same time frame as the 350 guy walking in clad black outside the house. $3:53, a car leaves. These people are crazy. Hold on. Like, think about all the stuff that they really truly know, like they knew at that time. DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road house were home at 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms by no. They both said they never saw Ethan and Xana ever. And they were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. What the fuck are you talking about? No one said that. I mean, this is absolutely crazy. I haven't gone down memory lane with this in a while. A private party driver, Eric R, reported that he provided a ride. That's right. Oh, want to give a shout out. Anybody out there who you guys know who you are, let's check it out. You guys became a sub of Jax's channel last night. And let's see. He wanted me to thank all of you. And if you haven't become a subscriber, if you guys have kids that do Roblox or whatever, as well as soccer stuff, he made a video showing you what to look for when people try to scam you. Guys, I'm just learning all this stuff. Try to scam you out of your Roblox brain rot stuff. What does that mean? And so I told him I would be helping him make like one video per week. He's like, "Will you give me a shout out?" I'm like, "Shout out?" I was like, "Hell yeah, I'll give you a shout out, boy. Shout out. Let me see this brain rot. Who names these games?" Here it is. Let's take a look. I have my little to-do list here. Shout out. Like, we're out here at DJ Land. Let's give a shout out. Oh, he's at 890. We can do 1,000. We can get 1,000. I like up to a Christmas miracle. Give a shout out. Roblox is something to look into, Lana. Oh, I've looked into it as far as like everything on my phone, everything on his phone. It's cloned to my phone, so I know everything that's going on. But I laugh at the names. What's the page? Oh, I should share it. Let me see. Let me see if I can pull this up. This stuff gets me like, I okay. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, how do I? Okay, go like this. Like this. There you go. There's a link. Did I do it right? Yeah. There you go. That's the link. So if you have kids, it's give it to them. And I was like, yeah, you better out those scammers. I was like, I'll teach you how to catch those scammers. I was like, how do you get scammed? He's like, because your people trade their little things and you collect different guys. I don't know what you collect, but you go and you like, okay, everyone goes, okay, you give me yours first and I give you one back type of thing. So it's on the honor system. And when you have scammers out there, they're like, okay, you give me yours first. And then when you give them your to trade, they then just steal it from you, kick you out of a server and block you or something like that. And I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, how do you get? I was like, come on, I'm raising a smart child here. Like, what do you mean you're getting scammed? Like, we're not gonna let you get scammed. Like, let me get in this thing. Like, let me yell at these kids. You know, like, I was like, let's trap them. Can we trap them in a scam? And he's like, I made a video to tell YouTube that this kid is a scammer. I was like, you did what? It's like, I made a video to show that this kid scammed me. And because I reported him because you're not supposed to play the game like that. I was like, oh, buddy, we'll just get it back. I was like, oh man, that's too. He's like, yeah, he shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, I was dying. I was laughing, but it's like a big deal because like the more you play, you get, I guess better stuff and blah, blah, blah. And those little fuckers trying to steal. Hey, I'm paying for those Roblox, You fucking steal them from my ass, man. I was like, there's got to be a way that you can trade without getting scammed. Yes, I watched my grandson get jumped, scammed in real time. Yeah, what's that about? Jump scammed. And I was like, you need to get on these private servers then. So you just play, I don't know. It happened to my nephew too. And I'm like trying to even understand it. So I'm learning about it. When you scam the boy, you do not want to do that. You don't want to scam people? Brain rot. Yeah. They scammed my brain rot. I was like, what is brain rot? Like, what is this? I'm like, what's wrong with like old school, like Nintendo, Sega, I don't know, PlayStation? You play the soccer stuff. Yeah. Well, that's what I told him. That's where it's headed. I was like, you're on screen time. You're on screen time. So yeah, you guys are gonna have to teach me all about it. I don't know. I'm learning. My kid wanted to sue the person that scammed him. Yeah, let's sue these. Fuck yeah, right? Oh shit, crazy. I like it. I like it because it's them basically learning engineering, right? Well, that's what I was saying about some of the games too. Because when we were doing like grow garden, he's like literally growing a garden, and I'm like, the crap they build, yeah. And you know what? He's actually taught himself he can edit videos, but he can probably edit videos just as good as I can. And I'm like, because I was like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm screen recording because I see all the videos that he's making. And I'm like, you just made a 23-minute video. What are you making videos of? He's like, I'm making my blah, 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 and and then I have to show this. And I'm like, what? I'm like, why do I have all these videos on my phone of like playing Roblox? He's like, that's what you do. You screen record yourself playing. And I'm like, you do what? So I'm learning. So when I go and I check these videos out, but they're all on my phone or like all my devices because I monitor his play. And I'm just like, dang, you could start like editing my videos over here, son. It's really kind of cool. My son taught himself so much about science and engineering from Minecraft. Yeah. I was telling him they do. Well, they're that's why it's weird when the way that they're teaching in the classroom and how they want to do like testing, and I'm like, dude, times have changed. You might want to like start considering that with how we're doing like the learning in the classroom. Everything's being freaking technology, AI. Like I want him to learn as much of that shit because it's taking over. Like you need to know how to do it. What the type of jobs back then and now. So I told him, don't make me shout you out. You got to make videos. Yeah, there you go. All right. Well, I still have this whole questionnaire, and I want it to be like a focused on video. So I'm just going to pump this out tomorrow. But this is, I'll show you guys briefly of it so you guys can see it. This is the juror questionnaire. It was 68 pages, 68 questions. So this is, you have your general background. I never knew this, that Idaho law provides that nursing mothers can have their jury service postponed. Have you lost the right to vote because of criminal conviction? Good way to ask the question. What is your current marital status. Do you have any children? I caught a typo there. It's supposed to be like numbered 11. And then name your children. Not name them, but sex, age, all that shit. You know what question they don't ask, and I think that they need to put this on there if they ever do have a trial. I want to know if these people have their own cars, how they would plan to get to jury, duty every day. Right here, if there are any other adults other than your spouse or partner living in your home, please state their occupation. Yes, I was like, I think that's smart. So how this worked is when you're filling this out, you were given a juror number. And so that juror number, after each page, you have to initial it up here with your number. Have you ever sought assistance? Lana, I've got to go ahead and say goodnight. Yeah. Oh, you're good, Murky. You're the best. So they want to know if you've ever donated ACLU. Then they want to know, have you ever sought assistance as well? Donated money to and or worked for a neighborhood crime watch program, a Crime Stoppers group, the Fraternal Order of Police, or other organizations that support or advocates for criminal prosecutions, crime victims' rights, or law enforcement. The first time I've seen that on there. It's pretty interesting. Then this is the jury questionnaire. So like those questions they had like outside of the first packet part. So this is how this worked is everybody that was summoned for Bryan Kohberger's case was getting this ahead of time. That was the same way that they did it in Delphi. I'll tell you how I feel about that. I don't like it. When you ask somebody not to do something, they're going to go do it, right? So right here off the rip, they say, this is the purpose for this, the questionnaire. And I like the questionnaire. I just think that you should get it right before, like, I don't know. There just shouldn't be that much time that you have in between, like, you becoming a juror. So this questionnaire seeks to help the court and all parties efficiently obtain information related to your abilities to serve as a neutral juror for the trial listed on the cover page. The process of jury selection for this trial will happen in 2 stages. The first stage entails completing of this questionnaire. The second stage includes answering questions in person. But guess what? You only have up to 5 minutes max to ask an individual questions. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. That's it. That's like the max to ask just like a one-on-one type of thing. It's pretty crazy. You know? So the use of this questionnaire is to help shorten the process of selecting the jury overall. Please answer each question to the best of your ability. There are no right or wrong answers. The court seeks information about your experiences, knowledge, or feelings. Please provide honest, accurate, and complete answers to each question to help us with jury selection in this particular case. Your full name, including aliases. Well, Turtle Boy would be writing them down a bunch. I like this part, which is no one, including court staff, can help you answer these questions. If you do not know the answer to the question, write do not know. Just don't know. If you do not understand a question, write don't understand. If you find that there is not enough time or room for your completely, to answer a question, write incomplete answer. So that's the other thing I don't understand is what do you mean if there's not enough time? Like this is timed. There are blank pages to the questionnaire, including the cover page. In the upper right-hand corner of all the pages, there is a space for you to indicate your juror card number that appears on the cover page. Please fill that information in on each page. It's like initialing that you did it. Like that's your answers for that page. If you need more room, extra pages are provided. After you leave today, you may not discuss any of the questions or your answers with anyone. Okay, including spouse, children, other members of your immediate family. Do not personally investigate this case or look information or news about it by using any outside sources of information, including the internet. Now, I just think that that's what's hard is how in the world, okay, do you think that you're like that someone's not going to do that? Yes, he's a huge fan. We saw Messi in person in the summer, and we're going to see Ronaldo for the World Cup. It's bucket list. That was Santa. So, that's really hard. I just think that's really hard. You will be required to swear under oath, subject to perjury and contempt of court. And I just think that they need to, if you fuck around with something like this, I just think that you should be in trouble to the utmost that you can be. For anybody, another citizen, think they can come in and fucking mess around. Anytime that they do it, it should be an example made out of it, and you should get in serious trouble. Jail time. That's my philosophy on that. Because you got some nerve thinking you can, like, who the fuck do you think you are? Like, you're not above our process, and you should be in trouble. Like I said, 68 questions. So, have you or any member of your immediate family ever belonged to a crime victims' right organization? Have you or any member of your immediate family been advocacy of public lobby group focusing its efforts on tougher criminal laws or punishment? Like, what? So here, I'll answer. I mean, I don't think so, but an actual organization, no, I have not done any of that. I have my philosophies, but do you have any medical issues? Nope. Other current, nope. I'm great. Let's go. 8:30 to 3:30. If you have such issues, nope. Are there any accommodations that the court can provide that would make jury service possible? More frequent breaks or, yep, I'm going to need Panera every day. I like Panera, Jersey Mike's, nice sub sandwiches. I want a spread for, lunch. I'm a very particular lunch eater. Okay. Have you ever served in the armed forces? They were coming out with that question. You see this a lot, but for this case, I think it has a lot to do with the sheath. Okay. So the answer to that is no, I've never served. Branch, are you a combat veteran? What is your occupational status? Look at how they do it like this. I love this. I love the fact that they're like, we're not just going to let you, it's either, you either work full-time and where, you work part-time and where, full-time work as household manager, homemaker. And I want none of y'all broads on my fucking jury. Okay? I'm telling you what. I want the salon woman. I want labor jobs. Household manager, homemaker with outside part-time employment. Like, look at how detailed this is. I love it. I'm just kidding when I say that. I want balance. But look at the way that these questions are worded. It gets really, really interesting. It's psyche. It's all psych. Okay. So it says all this, right? I would love some retired people. I want a nice, healthy mix. And I want African Americans. If you're going to give me an all-white jury, I'm going to be pissed. That's not what I want. I want diversity. I need people to be able to speak English, though. Who is your current employer? So it's like this. Where do you work? Now, who is your current employer? I don't understand this question. I just told you where I work. Like, what do you mean, who's my current employer? For the past 10 years, please list, and this is amazing. I would want to know this. If you just started working somewhere like a year ago, that's really, to be honest, I think it's deceiving. I think it's that I've only done this for a year, you know? And so if you don't break it down this way, if you just tell me what you do and you're not lying, but what did you do like leading up to that? So this is a really good, this is really good. Um, have you ever, oh, are you, are you no, or have you ever been a supervisor? What? Are you no? What the fuck? Have you ever studied or received any training or had any experiences in the following: law, criminology, law enforcement, criminal forensics, data forensics? Look at this: vehicle identification, genetics. Look at that. That is banging. That is a great fucking question. That is very, really specific, and I like it because the Karen Reed case, when they had engineers on that on the first trial, those engineers thought that they were smarter than the experts. I mean, the experts are telling you that this is not the murder weapon. The car did not cause the damage, and that was be enough reasonable doubt to say like even the own medical examiner is saying that she couldn't even label this that it was the it was undetermined if because it was John O'Keefe's death because it was unattended death, right? Was it an accident? Was it a homicide? It was undetermined. When an Emmy has an undetermined death and you want to charge somebody with a homicide, think about that. And then you got experts coming in and saying that that car did not cause that damage. And these fucking people went back into a jury room and literally all of them had to sit there and say, well, I think that she killed him. Well, what evidence are you going off of? Just my belief. Awesome. That's not what jury is about. Fuck your belief. That's not how you have, but you cannot have those type of people on your jury. You'll be screwed. So yeah, she wants to know, hey, vehicle, yeah, get those people way the fuck out of there. Okay. What is your spouse or partner's current occupation status? Yeah. Are they a lazy fuck? Do they just surf the internet all day? I want to know all about that. Okay. Have you, your spouse, partner, or any immediate family member, close family friend been employed by any of the following: the University of Idaho, any campuses? I love it, dude. Eliminating. Latah County Sheriff's Department, Moscow City Police, Ada County Sheriff. Anytime you see all of this type of questions, that means they are going to be going hard at law enforcement, you guys. I just remember I was telling you guys, I was like, I cannot wait to see these juror questionnaire questions because it's going to tell me Ann Taylor's angle. It's the same thing that Karen Reed's angle was, which is I'm going to destroy this investigation and these investigators. I'm going to show this entire world how incompetent and or corrupt these people are. They literally sprinkled taillight. Planted taillight. Or allowed it to be planted. Because that car did not commit any act against John. Think about how crazy that is. So all of it has to do with Idaho Attorney General's office. It's just the Spokane County Medical Examiner. Then If so, please state when with it. Okay, education. What's your personal education, your background? Where did you attend, degrees attended, all this crap. Okay. Okay, general attitudes and knowledge of the law. Boom, thank God. I said if this isn't on here, I was going to be so upset. How great this is. Michelle says, I used to help pick jurors for defense attorneys. We didn't want anybody with a professional career, law enforcement, or housewives. See what I tell you guys? Get those housewives out of there. I know who I'd want on mine. I want a plumber. If I could find somebody like that's like a electrician, plumber, like your your trade jobs. They're usually outside the box thinkers. Like a landscaper that owns his own landscaping business, construction company, that type. I want somebody with logistics. Logistics. Cleaning companies, cleaners. Interesting. Give me a golfer. Give me a full-blown alcoholic. All right. The general attitudes and knowledge of the law. Well, the presumption of innocence is really important. One of the fundamental principles of our legal system is that when a person is charged with a crime, he must be presumed to be innocent. The presumption of innocence is only overcome if the prosecution presented enough evidence to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. If you are selected as a juror in this case, will you have any difficulty accepting and or applying the rule of law that Bryan Kohberger must be presumed to be innocent? No elderly people? Like super, super old? Yeah. I mean, I want divorced people. I know that sounds bad. I want people that have gone through, that's trauma. Okay. I want people that I want to talk about this bumper sticker. Think about this. I have 1,200 people in here. Raise your hand, me included. Would you ever put a bumper sticker on your car? Me, never. No fucking way would I ever put a bumper sticker on my car. Never happening. What about you guys? 1,200 people out there. Would you ever put a bumper sticker on your car? If anybody says yes to that, I'm never picking them. Never. That's how let me let me tell you why though. So let's say like if you were to ever put a bumper sticker on your car and you had to, or like someone was like, listen, you have to put a bumper sticker on your car, you get to pick whatever it is that you're gonna put a bumper sticker on your car about, what would it be? And it's like, what? Fucking baby on board? Baby on board? No. If I had my Wrangler, I'd probably put something funny about like a Wrangler. If like if you can read this and that means my car's like tipped upside down, like put it back upside down, something like that. It'd be funny. Would you ever put a bumper sticker of like, I want everybody to know I'm a fucking Republican. I want everybody to know I'm a Democrat. The first people that would put that on their juror questionnaires for me, the fuck out of here. Out. Psh. Psh. So I was over here wondering, I'm like, dude, what's this obsession with wanting to know about somebody that would ever display a bumper sticker? And there's a lot of psyche in that. You know, the people that you're driving behind and they let you know that they listen to a certain radio station and it's normally usually God and it's just about God, like a radio station that's about God. Well, the last time I was in Idaho, I saw a shit ton of those. And I was like, wow, you know, I was like, everybody in Idaho, like they're going to tell you that they are about the Lord. Um, so no politics on vehicles. Yeah, I would never want politics in my jury. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? Michelle, what do you think? Politics. How do you keep the politics out of your jury room? Okay, so can you do that? And then the next one is the burden of proof. There is no burden shifting. The state, the prosecution, has the burden of proving that Bryan Kohberger is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden never shifts to the defense. The defendant never has to prove that he is innocent. No defendant is ever required to testify. A defendant is not required to present any evidence. If the prosecution does not prove every element of an offense beyond a reasonable doubt, the jury must find the defendant not guilty of that offense. And see, that's where I just think in this case, if this would have ever went to trial, if you actually have people on the jury that would have applied the law in this case, I think Bryan Kohberger, whether he did it or not, would have walked. That's my belief. Because no, this case to me, in no way, shape, or form would it be beyond a reasonable doubt when you have other people's blood, unknown male blood in that house mixed with the victims, and you can't explain anything about how you got to this man, but you want me to just say, oh God, but somehow you just found this, you got this tip instead of investigate him. Do you understand this legal principle? This is what you need to do, though. You need to ask these people this. Do you understand this legal principle? Will you follow this legal principle? Do you foresee any difficulty in applying this legal principle? Under our Constitution, a defendant in a criminal case has the right to remain silent. A defendant is not required to testify or to present any evidence at all. Do you feel the defendant should be required to testify? In many cases, a defendant, with the advice of their attorney, may choose to not testify. There are a variety of reasons this decision may be made. If this happens, do you believe it means the defendant is probably guilty or has something to hide? I want to know. There's 1,200 people in here. What do you really feel about that? When somebody does not testify, do you think that they're hiding something or that they're guilty and that's the reason that they're doing it? Anybody that would remotely say yes to that, I would say thank you for being honest. There's the door. Because it's like, then you don't understand it. You don't understand that. That you would never subject yourself to being cross-examined and your words twisted. I don't need to help them make a case that they don't have against me. And we didn't need to get up there and say, hey, I didn't do it. Are you going to believe me when I say that? Hey, guys, I swear I just didn't do this. They don't have anything against me. Like, this is all made up. You guys, I didn't do this. You have to believe me. Because I would like to ask that question. Let's reverse, like, how, put on question here 69. If a defendant took the stand and they said, I didn't do it, and they had no criminal background, would that be credible? I mean, is that like when everybody's just saying, "Man, I wish they would have really took the stand. I wanted to hear from them." Hear what? About what? Because that's my question is okay, so they get on the stand and I ask him, "Hey, did you kill so and so?" No. Did you even know this person? No. Have you ever met them? No. Have you ever seen them? Have you ever talked to them? Have you ever No, 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 no. Yeah, I'm gonna go not guilty now. Fuck out of here. What could a person really say on the stand that's gonna make somebody be like, God, that testimony really just I'm going not guilty. Like, get the fuck out of here. It's just so stupid. Just like, I'm sorry, if a cop tells me on the stand that uh, I just want to, hey, it's what you can prove. Can you prove what you're saying to me? If you don't have receipts for it, sorry, it's not that I don't believe you, but there's just nothing's there to back it up, and that gives me the doubt. So that's beyond a reason for me. That's you're not getting over my reasonable doubt. If I find that you didn't use best practices and you should have, preserved things and you should have done this and there's all these things that you should have done. Like if you just do your job and follow how you were hired and how you were trained, but you didn't do any of that. So you want me to do now your job for you because you didn't do your job. Because now you're asking me to find this man guilty because you fucked up. Now I got to step in as a juror and say, yeah, but they wouldn't have arrested him for nothing. Yeah. I cannot believe there's people out there that are like that. Never going to do your job for you. Okay, so all of this goes through, right? If Mr. Kohberger does not testify, will you agree not to speculate as to the reason? Because guess what? You're not allowed to talk about it back in the deliberating room. If Mr. Kohberger does not testify, will you be able to presume he is innocent? And yes. I'm not going to speculate as to why he didn't testify, because everybody should be thinking to themselves, I would never testify if I was in that situation. I'd want to ask that question. If you were a defendant in his situation, okay, would you testify? And if people are out there saying, yeah, I'd be screaming from the rooftops that I didn't do it. Okay. So you're going to scream from the rooftops that you didn't do it. And you think that that's why a jury would say, yep, you know what? Just looking at them, I could just tell that they were just telling the truth. Get out of here, man. I agree with that. If the defendant exercises his constitutional right to remain silent and does not testify, the jury will be instructed that they may not use his silence as evidence of guilt, but more importantly, and the jury may not even discuss the fact the defendant did not testify in the deliberating room. You guys are aware of that, right? You're not allowed to talk about that. You can't go back in that deliberating room when you guys get the case and go back there and say, man, I don't know about you, but I wish that motherfucker would have testified. Like, you're not allowed to do that. So when you guys get back to that room, I'm just reminding you guys that you can't do that when you go back there. Like, that's what this is about. And the jury may not even discuss the fact the defendant did not testify. Be honest. If somebody was just like totally violating the rules back there, would you tell on them? How do you go about telling on somebody back there? That's what I would want to know. Hey, I have a question. If I make this jury, we're back there deliberating, and somebody's just totally fucking doing whatever they want and not following this, how do you want me to relay that? How do you want me to whistle blow? Crazy, right? Happy hounds. Nuts. How do I go about whistleblowing on a motherfucker? Under our law, the jury is required to follow the law that the judge gives them in the jury instructions, even if the jury thinks the law is a bad or they disagree with it. If the law is a bad, who wrote this? If the law is a bad or they disagree with it, if selected for the jury, will you follow the law given in the jury instructions? I want to know how to whistleblow. Gray Hughes claims Bryan used magnetic clip on fog lights to throw off surveillance. He's an absolute fucking idiot. The complete moron, that man. I'll tell you what, he's really good at what he does, but then when he wants to like determine what happened to a case, he's really bad. You could offer Gray Hughes $1 million. Like here, you can either give a blowjob to the cops or here's $1 million. What do you think he would take? He'd give a blowjob. He'd get an FOP card. He'd take the $1 million. No, he wouldn't. He'd give a blowjob. Magnetic fog light. Both. He came in here one night just to tell me that I'm fucking crazy. Yeah, I said, I don't care. You think I give a fuck what you think about me? No, I care about people I respect think about me. No, I'm fucking crazy. Jesus Christ. I'm just asking questions. Yeah, I forget what night it was when I was talking about I'm over here tracking the cars. I'm over here just tracking the cars, just pointing out the fact that there's 3 cars that just disappear back there. And they're never seen on Linda Lane camera. And so where did they go? You know? And that basically they all pulled off to the left up by across the street from the 500 Queen Apartments, basically. And he's like, you're all fucking nuts in here. He just came in here and was like, y'all are fucking nuts. I'm like, geez. Great, I pay you $3.99 a month to be a member of your channel to support because you're always begging for money. So I'm like, listen, here's your $3.99 a month. Now, I go in to just look at your diagrams when I'm in crunch situations to see if you have any like diagrams to then plot what I want to plot. And then I watch these little clips and he's over here like, God damn it, you guys. I am not fucking starting this live stream until I have 37 people at least in here. And nobody has donated yet. I'm just going to stop right now until somebody super chats me. And I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I go, oh my God. You guys, how dare you think that I'm just going to do lives and you're not going to fucking donate for the diagrams? I'm like, do you have a diagram yet? Thank you. I'm just going to print this off. And then I put in all my own work. I'm like, I just want the diagram. But I feel like if I'm going to do that, I pay him, a membership fee a month, the $3.99, whatever the fuck it is, because that's like, to me, that's what, that's ethical, support the channel. God damn it. I can't believe that You guys think I'm going to just be live, and you guys just aren't donating. Last night, the name of the live was donation night. You guys know that? I said, wait, what's the name of this live? No, it was like, I'm making it up. It was, the fuck was the name of it? It's pretty good. It was pretty quality. Gray Hughes investigates. Oh, he's live right now. Happy New Year's. What's next? 136 people in there. Okay. His live last night was Happy New Year. New Kohberger surveillance donation night 2025. I'm like, wait, what? Happy New Year donation night live. Freak. You guys not believe me? Look at this shit. Wait for this. I'll come back. Right, look at this. This is what I saw last night. I'm like, what is he doing? What is this man doing? Look at Happy New Year donation night live. Freak. It's a freak off. Happy New Year. New Kohberger surveillance donation night 2025. Right now he's Happy New Year. What's next? Huh. Wow. Thanks, Gray. Yeah, he calls everybody idiots, and then he's like, y'all are a bunch of dumbasses. All right, we got enough freaks in here. We can start. Oh, yeah, look at there's Susie. She just paid me. All right, Susie, you're going to keep the stream alive. Thanks, Susie. He calls his people idiots, dumbasses. Listen here, you little fuckers. Listen here, you little freaks. I'm like, what? Donation night is next. When's donation night? It's going on right now. Oh, it was last night. Last night was donation night. Should have donated. Right here. New Kohberger surveillance. Donation night. Have you guys ever seen the Gray Hughes investigates? It's like the bad actors or something. Who are these podcasts? Review of Gray Hughes. This is something like let me just see how funny this is.
Called Gray Hughes Investigates, and he starts off his show talking about he's not in a good mood. He's not in a good place.
Well, not that it's any of your guys' fault, but I put out this video today that I spent probably 10 or 11 or 12 hours working on, and it, it's getting some views, but not really doing very well. It's like, it just, and when the premiere was going on, there was very little support in there of it. Rough day so far, rough day.
He's scolding his audience. Yeah, because he made a video and hasn't gotten viewed enough.
He does a lot of scolding, I've noticed.
Not that it's your fault, but it's exactly your fault.
Oh, yeah. He goes on to explain how it is their fault. And he spent 10 or 11 or 12 hours editing this video, which means you have to watch it.
Unbelievable. It's just, I don't know what the deal is with YouTube, you spend that many hours making a video and it gets so... Did all of you share the video, by the way? I mean, that would really help out if you go out and share the video, because maybe other people would see it. Because for some reason it didn't make it out. It's got half the views of a recent video.
He's another one of these guys, because I don't think he spent 12 hours editing that video.
Okay.
But you know what? He's going to explain that he is different than these other true crime shows.
All right. Well, anyways, we're doing the show today. I'm not sure what's going on with the video, but I'm trying to have a strong end of the month, and it's not really happening. But if you guys have the ability to help support the channel during this live stream, I would appreciate it. Yesterday wasn't the greatest. Today, even on the live stream, for some reason, wasn't the greatest. I think there was $1 in there. So if you guys can help support the channel, that'd be great.
$1 in the jar.
My channel is different than the other ones where I actually go out and try to make a difference, where they just stare at the screen and talk to the chatters. I try to do stuff. Okay.
I mean, just to sum it up, folks, it is mind-numbingly boring between him asking for money, then a ton, like 45 minutes of something completely boring, him asking for money again and explaining why he's great and why you should give to him.
And he gets very grumpy if they're not giving him money. Oh, yeah, he gives to charity. We'll get into that.
Oh, yeah.
But he gets very angry with the viewers when they're not supporting him. And he really is miffed by the fact that no one's sharing this video that he made.
Well, yeah, everybody says, yeah, great work, great work. Did you share the video, though?
It's never enough. It's never enough for him. Accolades are great now, but I need more than that over here.
Hey, thanks for hitting like, but did you tell 10 people?
Right.
He doesn't just scold, he bullies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he totally bullies the chat. Did you check out some of this stuff?
A little, yeah, scrubbing around.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible to the point where there is not one, but 2 subreddits dedicated to this man and his e-bagging.
That's incredible.
It's true crime e-bagging, yes. So this guy's a gem. What else did you pick up on?
I bet you if you did a poll and you asked people, I'm not going to do one because trolls will always skew it.
This guy is not in charge of his life. He's like, I bet if I made a poll, I mean, I would do it, but you trolls will just ruin it.
I can't
do the wrong thing, make me look dumb, so I'm not doing it.
And again, he's talking to people who aren't listening anymore. So
right,
it's pointless.
So, and trolling him the entire time.
Maybe they are there.
So listen,
let's talk about the goal. It's time to talk about the goal. We need to hit numbers, people.
So for those who haven't been here, I'll tell you what the goal on this channel is to help support my channel, to allow me to keep doing shows. But the
goal is to give me money, so I don't have to work and I can just do this. Got it? Okay.
Without doing the show, I couldn't do the rest of the stuff that we do. So this channel is given $235,000. We just did another $500 a couple days ago.
What?
To various true crime related charities over the last 5 years, which is a pretty significant amount.
So he's donating money from the money he makes from his channel to true crime charities.
Yeah, what is that?
The dumbest thing I've ever heard. Because if you wanted to give to a charity, the worst way to do it would be to give it to YouTube first, who takes their 30%.
Right.
And then you give it to this jack off who takes whatever percentage he's taking. And then he gives some of that money to a charity. Like, what percentage of a dollar would go to help anyone with anything?
By the time it gets there, you're getting about 30 cents on the dollar.
Yeah.
But also,
great.
So stupid. I could also just give my money directly to a charity. Yeah. Here's an idea. Stop giving any money to charity, and then you don't have to scold everyone for not giving you enough money. You can't be both like, I'm a really generous guy, and what the fuck? Why aren't you guys giving me money and sharing my videos? What's your problem?
If people aren't supporting the channel, then it doesn't happen. And I don't know how else to word it, you guys. So if you're out watching, pretend I'm Starbucks and I'm making you a coffee.
Yeah, but you're not.
Maybe something like that. That somebody, like even during the premiere today, they said, "Oh yeah, I'll send you a coffee right after the show." Well, the coffee never came. So it's like people just say whatever they're going to say, but I actually need the support to keep this channel doing what we're doing. Right?
And I really needed that coffee.
Looking forward to that.
Check
out. I was looking at the subreddits. One of them is called YouTube Bad Actors. Is one of the subreddits. And here's a post somebody put up, a little video clip. This is some weird math. You're asking about Aaron's math, if he has similar things.
Want to try to do that or not? I've asked the question twice now. Do you guys want to try to do, if the chat does 300, I'll donate $500 to Nick Meck, and I'll be taking a $300 loss on the show. Okay. Do you guys want to do that?
What?
So what he's asking for, if you give him $300, he'll donate $500 and take a $300 loss.
That's not how that works.
That's how anything works. And I don't, is he trying to confuse people just so they?
FBI.
I'm guessing that the audience who's donating are not mathematicians, but is it just enough to confuse them enough, or they're just like, I guess he needs money. I don't know. It doesn't seem to make sense, but I'll just donate and see what happens.
Entitled influencer Gray Hughes, true crime's biggest digital panic. Oh my god, I forgot about that. She did this video.
Wow, thanks, Vinny. Jeez. Come on, what about the rest of you freaks out there? That's how this channel survives. I don't know how many times I have to keep saying it over and over and over again. By the way this month is going, I'll be on welfare myself. And nobody's supporting the channel tonight. It's horrendous. Forget it, guys. I don't want to do this, Joe.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to my channel. We are back with another entitled influencer video. Now, do I sound like Phoebe from Friends when she got...
I've already seen this one. Oh god. Okay. What great math. He's definitely out there, man. Wow. So yeah, the one night he came in here, it wasn't that long ago either. And he wanted to write in chat, and he's like, LOL. He writes LOL. Like about fucking dumb, something stupid. And I'm like, the day I ever go into somebody's chat and comment and write like, LOL, you dumbasses. I have way too much. I don't have enough time to fucking do that. Woo. So, but he just told his audience he's about to be on welfare. Did you see that one night? I'm like, what the fuck is he doing in here? And then he commented on my video, and I'm like, what is he commenting about? Like, great, so you think I'm a dumbass. I don't care what you think. I don't care. You go on Core TV and look like an absolute fool. But Core TV loves it because you suck them off. The Core TV won't have me on, but I know the case better. It's because I'm out over there like, yeah, that's right. Uh-huh. I know. No. Listen here, you bunch of fucking idiots. I am not starting until I get a goddamn donation. I hope you watched last night's live. Donations flowing without you begging. Well, I'm wondering, what was his donations of last night? Because it's like Happy New Year, and then today it's like Happy New Year all over again. It's like Groundhog Day every day over there. I'm like, Happy New Year. It was just, and then it's another Happy New Year. Tomorrow it's going to be Happy New Year. All right. And by the way, we're laughing with you, Gray, not at you. Remember that time you got pulled over in Moscow, Idaho, when you were live? You got pulled over by the police. Oh my God. You know what? I think we need to remind ourselves about that. Gray Hughes gets pulled over. Where is that video? Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Oh my God. Gray just did a live or a video and says it wasn't his car. So what? Case updates. It wasn't his car. So what route did he take? Case updates. What the fuck? What do you mean, so what? That's not what you're supposed to write in the title of the video. It's like, it wasn't his car. Wow, what an epic lie in a probable cause. Like, come on, man. At least like just fucking A. Call a spade a spade. Okay, Gray Hughes investigates, gets pulled over. Pulled over in Moscow, Idaho. Fuck. It's gonna be forever to find that shit. Yeah, when he does his 3D animations, like I tell you, like that's why I pay actually be a member of his channel. Did he take that down? I don't know where it's at. Okay. Do you feel that the jury should be free to disregard the law given in the jury instructions if they disagree with that law? Like, what a question. Do you hold any religious, philosophical, or moral belief that you believe would make it impossible to sit in judgment of facts related to another? You know, when you think about it like that, it's a really good question to ask because some people say, like, only God can judge. You know what I mean? And so, good question. Have you or your spouse or anyone close to you ever been the victim of a violent or otherwise serious crime, reported or unreported? Interesting. Was anybody prosecuted? What was the outcome? Did you feel justice was served? Can you set aside what happened to you or your family member and decide the current case based on? Have you or your family member or anyone been charged with a felony or a serious misdemeanor or criminal offense, which is DUI, domestic violence, assault, or battery? Briefly describe the situation. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Oh, thank you, Karen. Karen sent $10 Cash App. Says, Lana, you rock. Gray Hughes, not so much. I'm just kidding, Karen. She didn't say that. Just kidding, Karen. Thank you. Got some new members. Lorelai. Is it Lori? Lori Lovebug. There it is. And then we have a Lori. So we have a Lori and a Lori just spelled differently. Nice. Thrive Collection. Thank you so much. A new member in Amy. Welcome, Amy. Oh my God, another new member, D-Dog. What up, D-Dog? Thank you so much. Mark passing out 5 memberships for other people. If you got green, it's because of either Mark. What's up, Moonvale? Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Such a doll. Thanks again, Mark. You're always giving away memberships for other people. Kay Schmidt, same thing. Always giving away memberships for other people. I love it. So again, right there, those peeps right there. If you got green, it's because of those peeps. Did you just say I'll murder anyone? Yes, I said that earlier. When are you going to have me on to explain this case to you? Who's Drew Bledsoe, Mark? I like Drew Bledsoe Mort. B is for Becca. And no gloves, no booty. So 12 memberships today, or 20 memberships today went out. That's pretty sweet. It's pretty sweet. Pretty nice. No, it's pretty nice. Super nice. Super nice. I will say, Atlanta, you rock. Gray. I told Gray Hughes that I would debate him in this case. I told Roberta Glass that I would debate her in the Karen Reed case. I will not back down. Any case that I'm covering, I will debate anybody. And when I say like debate, discuss, bring up the topics. But yeah, nobody can ever be on the end and say that anybody, if they were in that defendant's chair, would have had an opportunity to have a fair and impartial jury. And that's just something that we're all supposed to have that. We're all supposed to be afforded that. And so how we as Americans can just sit by and watch, wow, that was so fair. A case that we've been following for how long? Wow, it ended like that. Wow, that person was supposed to have their day in court. Just like the victims are supposed to have that day in court as well to get justice. We have judges now and prosecutors playing judge and jury. Absolutely ridiculous. Great. I don't think he'll ever come over here. I mean, I'll ask him. I'll write a little email. Hey, Gray, I was wondering if you want to talk about the Bryan Kohberger case. I'll split my super chats with you. Hey, Gray, I'll split my money with you. The Dateline hit piece did not help. once his phone got out and was given out, I personally think that his phone shouldn't have been able to be used against him then. You guys want to put out that information, then the phone's out. So anything that came from the phone, out. That's how I think. That's what should have happened, in my opinion. Just think about how crazy that is. In 2025, was when it happened in 2023, basically, is somebody literally thought that they were above our process and took the cell right of Bryan Kohberger and literally gave it to Dateline. And they gave it to them, I'm telling you, in January of 2023. They had that shit so long beforehand. Do you know that Dateline has been so hushed up ever since then? Like, go find me a Dateline that's been produced by Shane Bishop. I want to know what Shane Bishop has produced since the Dateline leak. I'm interested in somebody digging on that. Lana, was that great? No, Gray got pulled over. I want to say for a coffee or stay off welfare, but didn't want to push it with my name. Get him a $10 gift card. He'll shit himself. I'll just go in there. You want me to just go in there and do a super chat and record it live here with you guys? I'll just send him a super chat. I say, hey, Gray, I want to debate you in the Idaho4 case. Love, Lana. What was he pulled over for? Speeding, I think. He got pulled over while he was live broadcasting. I have it somewhere. Who? You know what? I think Bad Actors actually was the one that put it out there. Okay, I'll look one more time for it. Let me see if I go. Did Bad Actors get taken off of YouTube? Oh no, I think they're still on. Why has Gray Hughes deleted 1,334 videos? Here are the receipts. Tom Webster. Okay. Wow, this person, whoever YouTube Bad Actors is, really. That's hilarious. Okay, let me keep Bad Actors. Gray Hughes gets pulled over. Cups. Gray Hughes' wild night of tox e-bagging and berating subs ends with a deleted stream. What? What is that? Okay, let me see one more. We're having fun now at this point.
Be on the same side as all the ravenous people. We want to see her get thrown in prison, and it's just going to be
a steep fine. State lawmakers will soon consider a new bill that would crack down on aggressive panhandling. So much so that a panhandler could face a steep fine. Let's get to Kimberly Gill. She joins us now live. And Kim, this proposal is headed to the House floor.
That it is, Carmen. Good evening to you. And this proposal could impose a fine of up to $100 if the panhandler is told no, but keeps on begging.
All right, guys, we're currently for the night at 1/4 of a nightly goal. All right, so if you want me to do the next 3 hours of this, we need to get to, I want to try to make the goal tonight. Last night we got absolutely crushed on here and only got to a third, and now we're only at a fourth. So if you're out there and you can help support the channel, that's how this channel survives, is off of your generosity. I don't know how many times I have to keep saying it over and over and over again, but that's just the reality. Okay, I don't have any other way. There is no ad revenue on these live streams. And if you want me to keep doing these, we've been doing them for a long time. It used to never be a problem where you guys were supporting the channel. all of a sudden it's become where it's an absolute struggle on a nightly basis, and I don't want to have to deal with that. Okay, I could sit there and just make like 3 or 4 videos a day and probably do equal, and not do live streams, but one of them has to give. Okay, now I always try to explain to people, and they always go, "Oh, great, that's just stupid." No, it's a perfect example, but you don't want it to be, so you say something. So it's the same mechanism, except you would, and the reason it's not as common, what I'm about to tell you, is because, a child is something people probably think more about, okay? But I've been grocery shopping before, had a full car, I bought 6 bags, ice cream, all kinds of shit. And on the way home, I started thinking about this program that I'm working on, like a Python script. I pull into my, house, and I get out of the car and I walk right into the house, and hours later, and I come back and go, "Oh shit, the groceries." While I'm sitting there, it just came to my mind again. Now you go, "What's the Gray? That's groceries, not a kid." It's exactly the same mechanism now. And it just means that a kid is less likely because, you might think of them more, or they're more important than groceries are, but it's exactly the same thing. It's actually.
He thinks I'm fucking retarded. That shit is absolutely unbelievable that came out of his mouth. He compared leaving a child in the back seat of a car to that of leaving your groceries and forgetting about it because you're thinking about your Python software that you need to go work on. Wow. But we're the fucking morons over here. It just reminds me like, fucking A. Oh, what? That's crazy.
But you guys, we're currently right now we are into 58 minutes of the show. We've got another hour. If we don't reach that goal, I won't be able to continue to finish this one. I'm going to move on to do something else. Okay? That's kind of that's what those goals are for. It says it right in there. You set a time frame. And we do 2 hours. We get the extra third if we reach the goal. All right? That's about the only way I can do it.
Brinsley and Tracy left with the baby.
Okay. Yeah, so you always get Zozo's type of answers. A baby isn't a sack of potatoes. I just explained to you. It's the same mechanism, everybody. It's just that a baby is more important. Okay? I'm not going to cover this case if we're going to have these kind of conversations. Okay? I'm really not going to.
Have these conversations. No one's talking to you. You're having them with yourself.
You don't know this?
I don't know. We just assumed that I don't know where she's headed.
Fair enough. I am approaching.
And I think that's going to be sort of what it is, where there won't be any support for the channel tonight because we're covering this topic. And I'm not going to be on the same side as all the ravenous people who want to see her get thrown in prison. And it's just going to be a nightmare. Okay. I can just tell you.
What?
And for your church. So
right now we're at a quarter of a nightly goal.
He said that Richard Allen was motherfucking guilty. Okay. And I'm like, that was like his baby, like that case. And if somebody else was to try to cover it, he'd get all crazy about it. And it's like, what? Well, of course, I covered it from the standpoint of let's talk about the timeline. Let's talk about the actual evidence. Let's talk about that probable cause. Let's talk about the shit that matters for a trial. He didn't show up one day of the Delphi case. Not a single fucking day. Not one. And Richard Allen is by far innocent. Innocent as they come. Like, I have no idea what that jury was doing. Even as how bad I think the defense did at times. Like, at the end of the day, the defense could have done nothing because the state did not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. There's no DNA. There's all these other people's DNA on the girls. None of it's Richard Allen's. He was excluded from everything. How do you do that to those two girls and not leave DNA? You don't. You don't. And in fact, it's proof when there's all that DNA on the girls and it's unknown and you had Richard Allen to compare it to? No. The jury said that they didn't believe that the bullet was his, and I'm like, then what the fuck are you doing? That's how they got probable cause in the first place. Oh my God.
Was still not budging at all, just staying there.
Do you also know, or did you know, President Europe?
Forget it, guys. I don't want to do this show. All right. I'm going to get out of here. Hey, thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
He just ended the stream. All right, I'm not gonna do this show. Fuck everybody. That's hilarious. Anyways, I don't know. Go look though. He got pulled over. It was hilarious. He was live. God, woo. Richard Allen, innocent. Richard Allen, innocent. Richard Allen, innocent. Okay. All right, we're gonna be back tomorrow. I'm exhausted. We got through about half of it. We're at number 43. I think there's 68. I'm gonna leave the end part though because it's good with the attitude regarding the death penalty. I think this needs to change. I don't think that it would mess with the psyche of the jury with the way that in this case, the state has filed a notice of intention to seek the death penalty. This means that if and only if Mr. Kohberger is found guilty of first-degree premeditated murder, there will be a separate trial known as the sentencing proceeding. During this sentencing proceeding, other evidence may be presented to the jury. You are not to draw any conclusions about why you are being asked questions about the death penalty before this trial has commenced. Do you or do not think that anyone has determined that a sentencing proceeding will be required or that Mr. Kohberger will be found guilty of any offense? This is very important. Goddamn right it is. It shouldn't even be it's nuts. Like that shouldn't even be talked about. I have no idea. I think that I don't even know. So thank you, Crystal Amber. Lady. Yeah, Lana comments live now. I'm good. Oh gosh. But yeah, hopefully everybody had a great happy new year. And I'm gonna be putting up the thumbnail for the interview next Tuesday and the case discussion. I'm telling you, because I'm starting at the Holly Bobo trial for us to all watch it together, the first round. And I'll give commentary on what wasn't shown to the jury at the different portions of each person's testimony that's like important and relevant. And I think it's just mind-blowing. It's truly eye-opening. There's just no way that you can ever believe that the judge in that case was not bought and paid for by Jennifer Nick. I mean, she got every call. It's so sad. So sad. The judge is supposed to be the referee. Okay. Right. The judge's basically big time calls are coming when you're sustaining or overruling an objection. Right. But then all the stuff actually leading up to the dance, that's where they're making a ton of calls of what comes in and what doesn't get to come in. And those pre-trial hearings, they determine like the makeup of the case that the jury gets to see. And that's where the fix can really be in. And that's what I saw with Hitler. Like, holy shit, dude, you are just blatantly. And Cyree called him out. And then Cyree was called a conspiracy theorist. See you on the next one. You guys rock. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for spending the rest of your New Year's Day right here at Truth and Transparency. Peace out. Thank you, moderators.